Good afternoon. Welcome to the first regular school board meeting of the 2019-2020 school calendar year. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, on the roll call, Student Director Garbio, Student Director Smith-Dahl, Director Hinton-Hodge,
Present.
Director Yee, Director Torres, Director Gonzalez,
I'm here.
Director Harris, Vice President London, and President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. The board will now recess into closed session. We will be discussing the items listed in today's agenda. We reconvene for public session at 5:30. Thank you very much. The board is now in recess. We are ready to reconvene to public session. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a second roll call, please?
Yes. On the second attendance roll call, Student Director Garbio, Student Director Smith-Dahl, Director Hinton-Hodge,
Present.
Director Yee, Director Torres,
Present.
Director Gonzalez,
Here.
Director Harris, Vice President London,
Here.
and President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. There was no reportable action taken in closed session today. As we begin, I'd just like to welcome everybody back to a new school year. We know that school got started on Monday. This is our first regular meeting of this school calendar year. Just want to welcome all of our students, our families, teachers, staff, principals, and all of OUSD back to the new school year. As we get started, we're going to review the oath of office and meeting norms for the Board of Education. This is found on page 6. The oath of office is listed in the on this page. There's also the meeting norms for the Board of Education, which I will go over. That is to honor the time, to act as a collective body, to check for understanding and surface assumptions, share divergent views and value as a learning opportunity, celebrate successes and each other's contributions, presume positive intent, and no personal attacks. So we have two special orders of the day today before we get started in our agenda. The first item is item I-1. This is a report from the Measure G Parcel Tax Oversight Committee from 2017-18. This report is being brought to us by Chairperson John Baldo, and this is a report, as I said, that we were supposed to have last year, but was delayed until this school year. And so for this item, we'll bring up Chairperson Baldo to present the Measure G report.
Hello. Hi, my name is John Baldo. I'm the chairperson of the Measure G Oversight Committee. Measure G is a $195 parcel tax with exemptions for seniors and low-income households. It was approved in 2008, and since then there have been two new parcel taxes, Measure N and Measure G1. Measure G is different in these ways. It collects more money, about $20 million a year. It's less restrictive in what it can be spent on, and the committee which I sit on does not receive proposals from the community. Instead, district leadership has full discretion over how it's spent within the law. And finally, the parcel tax does not expire. So if you're looking for more information about Measure G, please visit trackg.org. Okay, so with that context, I'll quickly highlight some items in this report. As the president said, this is a report for the 17-18 school year, which is actually 2 school years ago. So this year we have significantly changed the format of the report in the hopes of making it more clear and concise for you and your constituents. We have made assessments in 3 categories, giving a rating of satisfactory or unsatisfactory, and then indicating whether things are getting worse, staying the same, or improving. So I'm happy to report that we've determined improvement in all 3 categories, but I'm sad to say that the committee was unsatisfied about the state of all 3 categories, so there's more improvement to be done. The first category on page 7 of the report is the actual spending of Measure G. I would summarize by saying that the committee is frustrated that the funds have not been used strategically and not in the spirit of the measure, which they consider to be supplemental funds for programs like music, arts, and libraries, which are often cut from our budget. The last thing I would highlight in this category is that there is confusion amongst staff and the committee about whether or not these funds can be spent on administration. It seems to me that the actual law does not forbid spending on administration, but a letter of support from the community for Measure G that circulated around the time of voting states that funds will not be spent on administration. And actually the district's own website quotes that letter. So it would be helpful for the board to clarify this. And more recently, I think Human Resources is the central function which had spent Measure G funds on administration. So that's probably the one area where it is being spent centrally on administration. The second category in the report is on reporting and records keeping, and that's on page 9. This unsatisfactory rating is mostly due to the audit report. The auditor is not getting access to all the documents they have requested. This is actually an improvement from the previous year when no documents were returned at all. The auditor states that at another district, this audit finding would be very bad, but it's not the biggest issue the district is facing at the moment, so it doesn't get as much attention. And I think this is a concrete example of OUSD being held to a lower standard, which shouldn't be the case. So the auditor made some recommendations to the district, and we asked the district to listen to the auditor's recommendations. Although we don't have any reason to expect malicious intent, it's hard to have confidence in the numbers presented when the audit isn't complete. It erodes trust. The third and final category is action on the committee's recommendation. The recommendations which appear on page 11 were made over 2 years ago and designed to increase transparency and build up processes to ensure strategic spending of Measure G. As you can see, only one of these recommendations was acted on. We spent at least 2 years interviewing stakeholders around Oakland in order to come up with these recommendations and feel they will lead to Measure G funds better serving our students. I'm in conversations with Deputy Chief Sandra Aguilera about acting on these recommendations, so I'm optimistic about that, but I must admit I'm disappointed in the rate of progress towards these recommendations. So to read more about these recommendations, you can go to report.trackg.org. And that's it for me. Thank you for your time. Can I answer any questions for you?
Thank you. Thank you for that report and the overview. Questions from the board? Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thanks for your work. It's a lot of work to to serve on these committees. Can you share, I know that you guys noted in your report that there hasn't been programmatic staff support. So can you just talk a little bit about what kind of staff support you guys are getting and whether you feel like the committee's getting sufficient staff support?
I think we are getting sufficient programmatic support at this time through Senior Deputy Director Sandra Aguilera. That was, during this year, she wasn't a liaison for us though, and so it was just during this reporting period there was a gap. I think our gap right now would probably be around, from the finance or budget department, we had, sorry, I'm blanking on the name right now, but
Ryan
Tavernier. Yeah. So I don't know if she's still with the district, but we haven't seen her in a while. So maybe there's a gap, or maybe just we haven't seen someone in a while. But I do think we have a programmatic liaison, which is great.
I think just to clarify, I think you were talking about our former CFO, Ophelia.
Leslie Tavernier.
Oh, Leslie, sorry.
Yeah, I just recalled the name. I'm sorry. Is she still? I don't know if she's still with the district, but she was our budget director. I think was her title, Director of Budget.
And my other question is, have you discussed with Dr. Aguilera the question about the use of Measure G funds for admin staff, specifically in the HR department, and what has the response been?
Actually, I think discussions with either her or her team are what led me to include that in my statement just now, is that I think there is confusion. And I've looked at the actual language of the law and I don't see anything there. But then on the district's website it says that. So it's probably just miscommunication, but it'd be good to clarify so that people know, the community, our committee, and probably staff.
And do you consider the spend on admin to be a significant portion of Measure G funds?
You know, I'd have to check on. So in our budget coding, it's often the case that someone would be hired centrally, but actually works at a school site, and I think that's a case with a lot of the spending. So I wouldn't consider that administration. I think just in human resources, part of the one of the objectives of the measure is to attract and retain teacher talent, I believe. So that's been interpreted as it could be spent on HR centrally, and I don't know. That would probably be the thing in question. I wouldn't say, I would have to look for the exact number. I wouldn't say it's certainly not a majority. I don't know exactly how much.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Vice President London.
Thank you for your report. I appreciate the format. My question is really for the superintendent. I'm looking at the recommendations from the committee, and I'm wondering what the process is for staff and then the board to take action on them, if any, how we're going to discuss them, determine, how we want to respond. And because this report is for a school year that ended 2 years ago, maybe there's been progress already. So what's that going to look like for us?
So because Dr. Aguilera will continue to chair the Measure G committee, she will be providing a response given what's in the report.
So we can look forward to having that come back to us at some point?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Other questions for the chairperson? Director Hinhaj.
Great. Thank you for your service. I wanted to ask you, how long have you been chair?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a year and a half or 2 years. I've been on the committee quite a while, maybe 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
So,
You're not going anywhere, right? You're good?
I think I'm in my last term, so I don't know how many
That's what you
more
can say.
times you'll hear from me. But I definitely want to stick with this.
You live
keep
in
working.
District 3, though, don't you? You
What's that?
represent District 3, don't you?
I believe so. Yeah.
That's great. I have you've always been very clear, so thank you for your service. You've always been really clear, and I'm really appreciative to the superintendent and to the staff back here, because I do know that there has been an improvement and an attention to it. And when you came at the last report, you asked for that, and that happened. So thanks for pointing out the gaps. I think what I want to know through the superintendent is, it's one thing for us to get a report, but I'm kind of thinking about the new CFO who kind of talked about what is the system shift that actually needs to happen, right? Like, what is actually getting in the way, and what is it that we can be doing, differently? And so I would hope that we might do that measurement of a question with the chair or with the committee in some kind of way, to kind of look at, are there system barriers that make us not as efficient? And then the other thing is that, and this is for us, I guess, as a board to think about later, because the language does speak to the language does speak to using the resources for salaries, right? Class size reduction. Class size reduction. And I remember in one of your last reports, you brought that forward as, again, kind of looking at what is the best and most effective way and efficient way to be using the resources. And I know that it tends to be that principals are making those decisions at the site level, correct? Around either for services, or do they make the class size reduction decision? So that's my question, and I think back to the board, I recall that question being asked to us, whether or not that was the best or highest use to use it around class size reduction. I don't know if we ever answered the question. Thank you.
Yeah, if there's a question to me in there, I think what we were asking for is a report on the programmatic impact of that spending, and I don't think we've gotten that. And one year, just the numbers we were presented, there was a dramatic drop in class size. And so we didn't know if that was just a change in the way we report class size, or if we actually saw such a dramatic decrease.
So we haven't got a clear report around class size reduction and the use of those particular funds?
No, I think that's something specifically related to Measure G.
And
That's
just the
something.
last question. Sorry, go ahead. You can finish your thought.
I was just saying, I'm sure there's a lot of more money than Measure G being spent on that initiative, but specifically for the Measure G parts, we haven't received what I would call a clear report on that. Yeah.
So a clear audit of that would be useful.
Yeah.
I think I almost lost. Oh, do you do any measurement around student achievement? Like, who measures whether or not, I don't know, students are actually doing better as a result of libraries or doing a result, or, music classes or things like that? Is there any academic kind of, I don't mean just test scores. I mean just like, are we looking at student improvement as it relates to these dollars? Does that get measured in any way?
I'm trying to think back to that kind of information that's been presented to us. I can't recall quantitative. I think there's a lot of quantitative. There's a lot of storytelling. There's a lot of pictures of, for example, library environments that have been improved as a result of the spending. Yeah.
Other questions for Mr. Baldo? Does not appear so. I did have just a couple comments.
okay.
I really like the format of the new report. I think it's really clear and really lays out the work and captures the past year and the work going forward. So I appreciate all of the attention. I know that also, I believe when you first started, I know that there was a lot of catching up to do on the Measure G report. So I do appreciate that we are getting it more timely. I wonder about the timeline though around, it is, I would like to see 18, 19 and see about if there's opportunity to, if there has been progress in the last year. And so is it your desire to try to move up the timeline to present to the board so that's more, is presented in a more timely manner? Is that something you'd like to work towards this year? Or what is your thought about the timing? I know that you probably have to wait till after the audit, which makes it a little tricky
Right.
in terms of the timing. But your thoughts on the timing and timeline would be helpful, just so we can
Sure. I
improve
think there was
the
a lot of
updates.
turnover as we went to, in the district's finance department as we went to try to get this report together. So two things that factored in was the audit was a bit later. Like, I don't know if the audit was finalized until January or February, and we're supposed to report to you in February. And then another thing that hit us was that we had trouble making a quorum for a couple months because we have vacancies on the committee, and we got to a point where if just one person couldn't make it, we can't meet. And so we had to skip a couple months of approving the report. So since then, thank you. Someone has been appointed to the committee, which is great. I think we still have one vacancy, so another appointment would help us there. Yeah, so aside from that, I think just the audit timeline, I'm guessing this audit is not at the top of the list, but if we can get that soon after the close of the books, that would help. And we can certainly make that a goal to talk to you sooner.
Okay, thank you. And yes, we do have one outstanding vacancy. The plan is to bring forward a recommendation for that vacancy at the next board meeting. So
Great.
we're hoping to have a fully staffed committees early in this school year. We know that has been a challenge in the past.
Wonderful. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much for the report. This is a non-voting item. We appreciate all of the time that the Measure G committee members have spent and all of their service and commitment. So at this time, we have a second special order of the day. It's a recognition. It's non-voting matters, so we'll do public comment at the end. At this time, we're on item I2. It's a recognition of Comcast and their employees in support of our district schools, students, and district partners. I will turn it over to Director Hinton Hodge, who's requested this item on the agenda. Director Hinton Hodge.
Great, thank you. Thank you to President Yee and Vice President London for allowing this to come on the agenda. I was trying to get it on before the end of the school year. It was, what did I say? Oh. Did I say Yee? I quit. I did not mean that. I meant President Ng. Thank you, and Vice President London, thank you for allowing this to go on the agenda. We were trying to get it on at the end of the year, but I appreciate you all just kind of, managing the schedule in such a way that it really actually gives us a time to come into the beginning of the school year and really kind of celebrate what has happened, but also really being able to look at you guys and be excited about what's coming in the new year with you all. So if you wouldn't mind, to the community and to my board, acknowledging Mr. Kenneth Maxey. And he didn't give me his title. So he's that guy, the Comcast guy. That's the title I know him best as, who is pretty much present in mostly all of our schools. He's someone that has, I think, connects with us as board members, but also as staff, a part of the district. And really his question is always, what do you need? And so I want to really appreciate him. I would like to just kind of allow him to speak so that he can technically introduce his staff and his team. But I would appreciate from our team to just give them a huge thank you for their service on behalf of our students and for our teachers as well. And tonight, Romeo De La Cruz Jr. is here. I'm getting it right. De La Cruz Jr. is here. Richard Garner III, and Aaron Camara and Eric Dowds. Dodds, probably Eric Dodds. Yes, got it. So again, thank you for your service, and if we wouldn't mind just turning it over momentarily to Mr. Maxey. Last thing I'll say. The reason why I was really excited about doing this at the end of last year was because Comcast came out on a Saturday morning, pretty early at 8 o'clock or so or earlier, and full force, and really re-landscaped Ralph Bunche Academy. And they did that in conjunction with Buildings and Grounds. They did that in conjunction with the school staff, and really did an amazing beautification project on that campus. Gardening, as well as just kind of helping tidy up in the space. And then the other thing that I just want to note is Internet Essentials. So you know that there is a digital divide that we were supposed to get on top of, I think, in the early 2000s. We knew it was coming, and we knew that a lot of our children, in particular black and brown kids and poor kids, weren't necessarily going to be able to take advantage of that. And Comcast, and I'll say, his whole team, but I would say that Kim Maxey again kind of shows up saying that this is something that we have to interrupt. And so I've been in the room with 300 students, with hundreds of families and parents that are getting information about how to get internet for free or how to get it for $5 in their homes. And that's been in my community that I serve, in the Prescott community. And I know that he's done that in East Oakland as well with families. So those are the two things that I just want to highlight. On the ground at school sites, they're present and doing that work in the moment, but they also have been very much about how do we do systems change, institutional change, and really make a difference for young people in the long term, and create sustainable communities, right, and create opportunity for our kids to be really healthy, functioning citizens. So thank you for those two great things, and there's many more things, but I'll turn it over to you, Ken. Thanks.
Thank you very much, School Board Member Hinhaj. But as a resident of Oakland and someone that resides in this district, I want to give praise to the President as well for her work, and also the Vice President as well of the board, as well as the other esteemed members of the board, for everything that you do here in Oakland. We pride ourselves as a company that loves to do the work in the community, because this is the community that we work and live in. And so I also want to give some respect and praise to the superintendent, Ms. Johnson Trammell, for the work that she's doing and the partnerships that we've had with the school district. Comcast is really proud of the work that we've done around the digital divide. Since 2011, we've signed up 8 million individuals around the country on bridging the digital divide. And in California, we lead that charge for the nation. And so Oakland, the Bay Area, is a big player for us in regards to, and a great partner for this program. And so first, I want to thank you for making that comment. Secondly, Comcast Cares Day. Every year that I've been at Comcast, I've made sure that we've had a location in Oakland to make sure that we are working with the school district as well as the community to ensure that we actually have employees that grew up in this area that actually could give back and build up or beautify this great school district and campuses around the city. And so I'm joined today with my colleagues, Eric Dodds, who's the manager of tech operations for Oakland as well as Alameda. And then I'm also joined by his colleagues. But before I even bring him up to say a couple words, I wanted to also talk about the Leaders and Achievers Scholarship Program that we have. About 9 individuals from the city of Oakland received $2,500 scholarships from us this past year. We've been doing that for many years. And so we're really embedded in the community through our partnerships like Spanish-Speaking Citizens Foundation, OCUR, Boys and Girls Clubs of Oakland, and many others in the community that we believe are great partners and are doing the work that we like to say that is important to us and we hope is important to the community. And so without further ado, I want to bring up Eric Dodds, who's the manager of technical operations, to say a couple words just about his men and women that he has on his team. Thank you.
So thank you, Ken, and thank you to the OUSD Board of Education for recognizing our employees in Comcast. I have the good fortune of working out of our Oakland operation and supporting this community, as well as these individuals over here to my left, Aaron Camara, Ricky Gardner, Romeo Dela Cruz, and Linda Chinawat, extremely vital in the Comcast Cares Day project that we had earlier this year at the Ralph J. Bunch Academy. And a lot of the success from that project was attributed to their efforts planning and putting together a lot of the projects and leading a lot of the things that we accomplished that day. And just really succinctly that as an Oakland operation, Comcast prides itself on really being innovative with technology, and as we partner not only with the school district but the city of Oakland, we want to continue that partnership and really connecting our customers to provide that great experience. So just again, thank you to the OUSD Board of Education for this recognition, and I'll get it back to Ken.
Nothing else but to say thank you, Oakland Unified School District, for the great partnership, and we look forward to 19-20 school year and how we can partner and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there's probably some comments from the board and superintendent. Director Yee.
Thank you, and nice seeing you, Mr. Maxey. I just noticed some people may not, everybody might not understand the Internet Essentials program that you referred to, and Director Hinton Hodge, but you have around 50 parents, Oakland parents, in the audience right behind you here in the yellow shirts, and if they wanted to know how the Internet Essentials might benefit them, can you do a 30-second elevator speech on how parents could, why should they be interested?
Sure. So I'll turn around without my back being turned. So
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Because using my time.
Internet Essentials was created to bridge the digital divide for low-income communities. So anyone that qualifies for free or reduced lunch would qualify for the program, but we just updated the program about a week ago that anyone that is low income gets it for $9.95 until they are not on certain programs, as well as gets a $150 laptop that they can purchase, as well as training. So it's a great opportunity. We signed $8 million up to the program, and we believe that it's one of the answers to bridging the digital divide.
Wait, what does the $9.95 get you, Mr. Maxey?
It gets you high-speed internet, where you could actually do work and be able to do things like Skype on your computer.
Thank you. And does that include installation and everything else?
It includes an installation free of charge.
So should there be any reason why these families, if they qualify, should not be, how do they sign up?
You can go to internetessentials.com, or if you want to talk to me, I will be here a little bit after I speak, and I will help get your information so I can follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Maxey, and
Absolutely.
Thank you for your support for Measure N. And I know that I just want to say that Mr. Maxey took one of our high school students under his wing as a high school intern and saw him all the way through college and into a job. So thank you, Mr. Maxey.
Superintendent Johnson-Trammell.
Thank you, Mr. Maxey. I just want to point out that the work that you're doing is just a live action of our mission, which is around having a full-service community district, and how supporting the whole child is really about all the partnerships and folks in the city working together. As everyone knows, the device really is becoming the new textbook of the 21st century, and so ensuring that all of our homes and all our families have access to high-speed internet is not a luxury but a necessity for students to be able to have access to a quality education, and being able to accelerate those efforts so that that is the reality in every home across our city. We as a school district can't do that without partnerships. So I appreciate you not just coming here on platitudes, but on actions, and also just the work of the businesses, but you being a leader in terms of the mentorship. And my hope is that you all in your own sector will influence other companies to take your model, so that we have more companies that are working in partnership. So I just want to appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Just wanted to add a quick acknowledgement as well. We rely, as Superintendent Johnson Schmel said, we rely on our partners to do the work that we do. We want to thank you for all of your work individually and also the work on behalf of your company. Mr. Maxey has also personally come the last 2 summers to be a speaker at API Mobilize, a program that is co-sponsored by the APISA program that we have here, and has dedicated a lot of his time. I know he's also taken high school students abroad to travel internationally through his work and partnerships with the Boys and Girls Club, and just is involved in many different facets within the community. So thank you for bringing these unique experiences to our students and to our families, and for the ongoing partnership. And with that, I'll invite the board to go down. We can shake hands with them and take a picture. Again, okay. So we are moving on to our agenda. We are on item J, modifications to the agenda. For starters, we are pulling item P20. This is 19-1569. This is at the request of our staff. So that item will be coming back to us, but we will not be voting on it tonight. I also have a request to pull item 19-562 by Director Yee. He would like to say a few comments on that.
President
item.
Ng,
Uh-huh.
as a point of procedure, I would like to recommend that we follow, I don't know that this is outlined in our bylaw, but I think that any item that gets pulled from the consent agenda, we should take up after we've taken up the rest of our new business. That would be my recommendation to facilitate the agenda moving forward in an expedient manner. If it's going to be pulled from consent, we will hear it, but we'll hear it after all the other unfinished and new business on our agenda. I've seen this practice in other public agencies, and it helps the agendas move more quickly.
Thank you, Vice President London. I do think it's an interesting idea. I think we should think about, I think we should have a discussion about it and see if it's something that we want to do in terms of, I think there might be larger impacts in terms of some of the, I've heard some staff concerns and some other types of concerns as well.
These are consent items. We choose to group them together. I see no reason why an item that is supposed to be a routine item should get priority over other business that we need to take up that requires us to vote and discuss. So that is my recommendation. You are running the meeting. When I run the meetings, that's how I will do it.
Okay. I'm not opposed to the idea. I just think that it warrants a discussion. It will be a shift in terms of the format and process that we have done. My preference is not to do that at this very meeting, but I do think it is something that's interesting that we should foresee. Is there any comments on this item right now? Okay. Okay. So thank you, Vice President Linden. I will note that. I do think we should look into that. I'm not going to run it that way tonight, but I do appreciate that. So with that, is there a? Oh, nope, we're not going on to the consent report. We're just going on to the rest of the agenda. Yes. Oh, you do? Yes. Okay.
Okay, so I would like to pull, Madam President, T6 and T7. Are they in consent? Or are they separate items? They're all separate. I don't need to pull them.
Right.
T6 and
they're
T7 is
not-
on the
they're not
regular
consent
item.
items.
Okay.
I'd like to pull item 1378.
What's the alpha, please?
It's on page 21. The alpha.
P22. Is it the Alameda County Probation
That's
Department?
the one.
Okay.
That's the one. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Right. Is there any other modifications that are requested? Okay. Thank you for that. With that, we are ready for the student board members report. We are excited to welcome our new student board members here with us today. We had a chance to briefly hear them introduce themselves. Hopefully they'll have a chance to introduce themselves a little bit more today. This is the part of the agenda where we turn it over to you.
Hello. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Denelson Garibo. I'm super excited to be here representing Oakland High as an outgoing senior, representing all city council and giving back to the youth because that's what I am here to do. Prioritize the student needs and be that voice they can count on. I never expected myself being in this position, especially as a student of color who wasn't born here and living in Oakland. This position will help me shed light on students with similar stories like me, those students who are forcibly pushed out of school and are not given second chances. Just like I got a second chance, I got to see the value of education and see the benefits it carries. But I'm just hella blessed to be here and can't wait to accomplish a lot of great things as a student director. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Hello, I'm a little nervous. I'm Micah. I'm a senior at Life Academy High School. Oh, I'm Micah. Can you hear me now? I'm a senior at Life Academy High School, and I'm from West Oakland. I'm excited to be here representing all students, but more specifically marginalized students that are often forgotten. I personally represent low-income students, students of color, female students, students with learning differences, and many more communities. I offer different perspective on some things like being homeless or being in foster care, but I'm committed to making sure those stories are heard and uplifting those voices. Yeah, but I'm super excited, so thank you for letting me represent you guys.
Well, we are very excited to have both of you on board. I know that there is some interest. I had reached out to your advisor to make sure that we could get together and to make sure that you feel welcomed and feel a part of this board this year. There's also hopefully an opportunity that we can discuss that we will discuss as a board also around our Education Partnership Committee, which is City Council and school board members have been interested in having student representatives that are participating, and so we do have a meeting coming up in September. So I definitely wanted to discuss that with the both of you as well. But we're really looking forward to working with you this year and excited to have you on board. Comments from board members or questions? Director Gonzalez?
I'll just say welcome, and yeah, I'm also echoing that. I'm excited to work with you too. Congratulations too on your election.
All right, Director Torres.
Yes, I also want to say welcome, and I just found out you're both seniors, and so we were commenting, it seems like the same schools the leaders on the board come from the same schools, which is interesting, awesome. But also I'm curious to know in regard to, you could email goals that you have while you're here, because it goes really fast. So I think it would be interesting to see if the people who passed on the baton to you had any, advice about what it's like and how quick it goes. Plus you have your schoolwork and college applications. So definitely email us. I'm curious, again, to know what it is that you might be wanting to pursue. And I can tell that you both are here and you are going to be, you're not as shy as some past board members I've served with over the 7 years. So I'm excited to work with you. I feel already your energy that you're not as shy. So definitely let us know in the email.
Yes, of course.
I wanted to respond to what you said about us both being seniors and both being from returning schools. It is something that we have noticed that it is a lot of the schools reoccurring leadership from those schools, and we are also really within ACC, the governing board, we are talking about how do we spread this leadership and how do we make sure that the babies, the younger generations, are also coming up, not just seniors, because we have to delegate and pass the baton on. So yeah.
All right. Anybody else? Very good. We will look forward to seeing you sitting up here this year. Thank you so much. And great job on your first time doing the student director report. You guys both did a really great job. And to the members of the public, I know in the past, student board directors felt that they wanted to receive some of the emails as well. And so I'm not if just wanted to remind folks that student directors are members of our board as well. And so please include student directors if you have comments or questions that you'd like to share with this body. All right, so we're on to the president's report. I've already welcomed everybody back, but it is exciting to be here for a new school year. Just had a couple announcements in terms of special meetings going forward. You'll see later on the agenda we will be talking about a board work plan where we'll be discussing some of the key priorities that we would like to tackle this year. This is just a first reading, but an opportunity for the public to view some of the bodies of work that we want to prioritize. As part of that, we do have a couple special meetings coming up that I did want to announce. Next Tuesday, which will be August 20th. Right here will be a discussion by the board on the grand jury report that came out at the end of last school year. It was actually in June. So there will be a special meeting starting at 6 p.m. On the grand jury report. That will actually be chaired by Vice President London. I will be joining by phone as I'll be away for an educational convening. And we also have a special meeting coming up September 4th at 6 p.m. as well. That will be an opportunity to kick off budget development and the budget development process and how to improve the budget development process, as well as start to achieve our goals around the Governor Finance Officer Association's best practices around school budgeting. And so those are two special meetings that are coming up outside of our regular board meeting schedule in the next month. We'll move on to the superintendent's report. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Johnson-Trammell.
Thank you, President Ng. Good evening, community members. Good evening, community members. Good evening. Welcome back to another school year. We're off and running for the 2019-2020 school year. So for the past 21 years, the night before school starts, I always have the same feeling of butterflies and first day jitters, except instead of worrying about my own classroom or my own school, I worry, and worry in a good sense, just wanting everything to be as close to perfect as human perfection can be, about all of our 80-plus schools. Are the facilities going to be clean? Is everyone going to show up? Our schedule's going to be on time? Did registration go well? And a lot of that is just wanting every student and family to have the best first day experience ever, because that tends to be a magical and memorable day for students and families. So Monday morning, I woke up, still a little bit nervous, put on my first day outfit, dropped my students off to their schools, my son having his first day in middle school, and then I began this whole week of, it's like Beyonce on steroids, but for schools, visiting as many schools as we can this week. So far this week, my team, senior leadership team, as well as some of our board members, we were able to see the launching of some of our school expansions. We visited Melrose Leadership Academy, Met West, Elmhurst United Middle, and CCPA. Each school was proud to showcase the different ways they have welcomed new students and families and how they are making changes to their school campuses to support a growing school program. We also visited 2 newcomer programs at Castlemont and Frick, and already observed on day 2, teachers starting the year creating nurturing environments for students and building those positive relationships, which are the bedrock for students to excel academically. Special highlights this week have been being serenaded by the beautiful Sequoia Choir, chatting with Westlake students chilling on their brand new turf field, participating in an impromptu read aloud in a transitional kindergarten classroom at La Escuelita, and watching a lively dodgeball game at Lincoln during lunchtime. Being in schools every day this week has been a fabulous way to kick off the new school year, and I look forward to my school visits every month throughout the year. As I reflect on these past 3 days, I am reminded of the village effort required to prepare schools for a successful launch and care for our students and families. So I say a deep felt thank you to every school leader, classroom teacher, paraprofessional, front office staff, custodians, for making each school a special place on day 1. To support our school sites, there have been many dedicated central office staff working at times 7 days a week and into the night to prepare for the first day of school. I want to also express my deep appreciation, particularly those central office staff who then volunteer to help some of their colleagues in other departments to make sure that our schools were in great shape for the first day. I appreciate each and every one of you for helping to launch the school year. Lastly, I'd like to give a special shout out to some of the many community partners who work hand in hand with us to have a successful school launch. So in particular, I'd like to appreciate the Supply Bank, Lend a Hand Foundation, and Wells Fargo, who sponsored amazing backpack giveaways at Hoover and Global Family on Monday of this week. I also want to extend my gratitude to the scores of parents, community volunteers, and parent-teacher groups who helped front office staffs across the city with registration, sponsored back-to-school events, which helped new families get acclimated to their new school, and helped teachers set up in their classrooms for the first day. Real talk, it is truly a Broadway production to get schools ready for the first day, and our schools and central office staff put on an amazing show. As I enter my 3rd year as superintendent, I look forward to leading our district towards greater stability so that we can become the thriving district we all truly desire. We all experienced a turbulent last year, which left many of us shooken to our core. While we continue the healing process this school year, we must also be intentional and relentless about writing a new narrative together, one of hope and love for one another, even when we fervently disagree with each other, one of continuing to keep it real, which means we lift up our pain points even when it's difficult to acknowledge that we have work to do. Being brutally honest about where we are in relation to where we're going is the first step towards true transformation. Darkness must always be taken and come into the light for us to get where we need to go. And finally, a new narrative focused on being solutions-oriented. The work we have ahead of us is challenging and complex. And as my daddy often reminds me on days that I need to be picking back off the ground, when I ask myself, why am I doing this crazy job? He tells me, honey, if it was easy, it would have already been done already. I wouldn't always make the right decision. I know I won't always make the right decisions, and my instincts will be less than perfect because I am human. But I promise and I stay committed to do the work that is before us because our students and families deserve nothing less. So I look forward to this year and being on this wonderful journey with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent John Schmel, for that report and that nice message. Any comments or questions? Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yeah, last year was really hard, and I'm really grateful that you're back. And I know this year is going to have its challenges too. But I also just want to echo the thank you to our staff. In particular, I have schools that, and so does Director Harris, that are taking on some significant challenges this year around expanding and merging. And I'm just so grateful that we have leaders that are willing to lead through this really hard work. So CCPA has expanded. Q's and Futures are in their first year of their merger, and so is Elmhurst. And so, I'm just really grateful for our staff, for everyone who came back and everyone who's new, and that people are just willing to take on this really hard work.
Great. Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to comments by collective bargaining units. Is there anyone here from any of our labor partners that are wanting to speak?
My name is Melvin Phillips. I'm the acting president now for SEIU 1021 school chapter. Number one, I want to say welcome back from a long vacation. I guess I'm rested enough to tackle every issue that we have in front of us this year. I'm looking forward to transparency from the board. So far, it hasn't been that way. I'm getting a lot of calls from my members on issues with the tentative agreement, as well as their pay over the summer for the vacation pay and the other pays that they get during the summertime. It's just been a big mess. I don't know if escape was the best route for us, because even on my paycheck, I see vacation hours and sick leave, and then the next time I don't see anything, then the next time I see something different. So it's very erratic on what Aries is doing. I don't know what they're doing down there at the county, but it's really messing it up for my members, to the point that some are getting docked when they have vacation pay and sick leave on their checks. So I don't know what's happening at the sites, but we're already starting off this year on a bad foot. So I'm hoping that we can get the act together with our payroll system so that we won't have all these flaws in our members getting paid this year. And another thing, for me, myself, working at the site at Fremont as the lead security officer, I can't even get keys to the buildings. Number one, I can't even get into the main building. I can't get into the new building. I can't even get into the front gate because they keep on talking about $25 per key. Security on campus should always have keys. We shouldn't have to pay an additional $25 per key for the securities that come on campus. So we having issues with that. And it's a very safety problem for us when we can't get in if there's something going on inside a building or inside the school, period. The other day, children was playing with me. They closed the front gate. I couldn't get in, and they started laughing. That's not, it's not funny. That's a serious issue for us, and it's not happening here. Other SSOs have called me, and other staff members have called me and told me secretaries admin and administrative assistants. They've been calling me, and they don't even have keys. This is not right. It's not right at all. We need to do a better job to take care of our schools, because if something happens to one of them children on the inside, you know what the parents is going to do. We're there for them. We need to be accommodated to things that we need in order for us to do our job. So I'm just leaving that in your ear, but hopefully we're going to have a great year.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Any other comments from labor partners? Does not appear so. Any comments or questions by the board? Does not look like it. Okay, so we are now moving on to public comments on the agenda items A through N. This is different than public comment on non-agenda items. That will be coming up at 7:30. So are there any public comments for A through N? Those are all the items that we have discussed so far.
Madam President, we have one speaker, Jim Mordecai.
Great. Mr. Mordecai. And as Mr. Mordecai is coming up, I do want to remind the public and community members that we are trying to have folks sign up online if you can. That really helps facilitate a faster meeting. So if folks can get into practice of signing up online this year, we would really appreciate it. Mr. Mordecai.
So Jim Mordecai is speaking as an individual, and I'm happy that the chair mentioned signing up online. So my question is, am I signed up online? Because I signed up at home. Nobody knows? Well, that's the problem. If you sign up online and you come to the meeting and the information doesn't get to the proper person, then why are you asking other people to come to the meeting and not get signed up online? Okay. So there's just one thing on my mind, which is the finances of this district. And some of the things that have happened, I was hopeful that there's going to be a change. But then I don't think there is a change. I think that it's the same basic problem, and that is the ATM problem, is that somebody in this district uses bond, Measure J funding, Measure B funding as an ATM. So if you got a problem, you need money, you go and take the bond money. So in the agenda, there are two legitimate things. The bond money being spent on school construction, which is great. But at the same time, you impanel a Measure 711 committee, and you have two what do they call it? I'm so mad I can't think what the word is. Consultants. Two consultants, over $100,000 to guide the Measure 711 committee. And the guidance they provide is a lie.
Thank you, Mr.
They start
Mordecai.
off saying that here's the 5 properties the district wants to be surplus.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
not
Mordecai.
what the law says. The law says they decide which properties are to be surplus. So you got to change, not just make motions like you are changing, because I don't think you're changing. Seems like the same.
At this time, we're moving on to the adoption of the general consent report.
Madam President, before you move on, I want to offer my office telephone number, which is 879-8658, to any member of the public who wants to call, and I will walk them through how to properly sign up online for our comments. There are basically 2 sections. One is an e-comment, which is simply a message that goes to all the members of the board and the top staff. The other part says, sign up, e-comment, register to speak. You have to use the proper one, but I will be happy to walk through any member of the public to assist in seeing that they get to the right area and are able to make appropriate comments and sign up when they wish to speak. 879-8658. If I don't answer directly, leave a message and I will call you back.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. So at this time, we're moving on to item P. This is the adoption of the general consent report minus items P18 and P20. Is there a motion to adopt the general consent report?
Move adoption.
Moved by Director Gonzalez and seconded by Director Yee. Is there any questions or comments, Director Gonzalez?
President Ng, before we move on, I just wanted to point out that one of the items on the consent report is P7. It is a desk reference manual for associated student bodies. And the reason that this is being put forth is because we have audit findings going back several years because we don't have good systems for oversight of ASB funds. So I think it's really a good thing that we are adopting a desk reference manual. My question is, or my message to staff, I guess, is I hope that schools are receiving training on using it, because I think it's a really positive step that the board is saying this is our expectation about how we do this, but I want to make sure that schools are receiving training so that it's not just us saying we're doing something, but it's actually getting down to school site level. So I think this is a really good first step, and I'm looking forward to continued updates on how this work is moving forward.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Any other comments or questions? We'll move on to public comment for the general consent report minus those two items, 22 and 18.
We have 4 speakers. I have just the first name of Mary, Nakia Manning, Asada Olabala, Jim Mordecai.
Thank you. Please come forward if you want to speak on this item.
Love life. Remember the summer, the red summer of 1919. I'm addressing item first on the consent agenda 19-15-20, which was a grant agreement from the City of Oakland for African male achievement, academic support, and case management. I'm aware of that agreement, but I did not have any understanding when that agreement was made that would also cover Oakland athletic leagues. It was solely intended for African American male achievement, so I don't know how that got into this final decision. And I just want to bring it to your attention that in order for the City of Oakland Fund for Children and Youth to acknowledge giving money to African American, the community had to fight for that because they dropped any funding of African American boys. It had been dropped. I'm also addressing items 19-15-22, 15-23, and 15-24. These 3 items have to, they deal with preschool programs, pre-kindergarten programs, and family literacy, and early development programs. And I want to take you back to Measure AA. 60% of the money of Measure AA was supposed to be for kindergarten readiness, for which they had no program development for that. There is programs that exist within your scope of work through the state. Measure AA was delving into a large fund of money for which they had no plan. And you should be speaking up to put the money into an already established plan instead of what Measure AA was attempting to do, an unidentified program.
Thank you.
I'm so glad the speaker mentioned Measure AA and no plan. So this is a pattern in the past of the district. It gets money, and it spends the money without a plan. It seeks more money, and it'll spend the money without a plan. And that is not acceptable. You have to cross your T's and dot your I's. And this district has not done that for a number of years. It's not just this administration, but administrations before that. On page 28, you have appointment of Andre Spearman. I hope Andre Spearman is related to Alice Spearman, a great school board member in the past. And what made her great from many other school board members is she always did her homework. I didn't always agree with her, but she did her homework. And that's an important ingredient if you become a school board, is that you're prepared, you do your homework. And just to go back to the Measure J not being spent appropriately, the thing about Measure J, the voters kindly in Oakland passed that in 2012. Proposition 39 has an aspect to it that's overlooked, and that is that if you're going to spend the local property tax money, you have to make a list of construction projects and provide it to the public. And then hopefully the board members will say, oh, we're going to do this, this, and that. But what happened in Measure J, they didn't do all the construction projects, so it was a bait and switch. We're going to do this, and then they spend their money on consultants. So if they had a problem, go to the consultant ATM. This is the pattern in this school board.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
Good evening. My name is Nakia with Black Organizing Project. Happy 2020 school year. I do want to thank Director Harris for pulling item 191738. But just so the community knows, this is, I guess, apparently a partnership that has been made with Alameda County Probation.
We're not voting on this item right
I know,
now.
I had some questions. I know voting isn't happening. But I just wanted to raise concern again. Law enforcement does not belong in our schools whatsoever, especially when we're talking about the achievement of students, particularly Black and brown students, when we are so-called concerned about their achievement. Since when has any law enforcement ever been the appropriate source to contract with? I also would like to know when this was first introduced, and despite the alleged groups that the JPA convened with, why wasn't, the rest of the community a part of this process, if there was any process at all? More particularly, we've been in conversation with a few of you up there. Why wasn't BOP reached out to? And yeah, we just have some questions about the 80 students who have been identified. Are they on probation themselves? Will this hurt them in any way? Will this harm them in any way? And I know there's a lot of even roles and positions still needed to be filled. What is this process looking like? Who's a part of it? And when will these positions be filled? So thank you again for pulling it, but this is a conversation that Bob is interested in having.
Okay, thank you. The speaker was actually speaking to the next item, so just wanted to say that. Okay, so at this time, we have moved and seconded this item. We're ready for a roll call. Mr. Rickshaw.
Yes, on the motion to adopt the general consent report minus the items pulled, student directors have the right to express a preference. I will call your names. If you wish to vote on this item, yea, nay, or opposed or abstained, please so state. Student Director Carabio. Garibo.
Say your name.
Garibo.
Garibo, okay. It'll take me a while, but I apologize for any mispronunciation of your name, but I'll try my best.
You have the option to
No, or abstain.
yeah, you have the option to abstain if you don't want to vote.
Okay. Abstain.
Okay. Student Director Smith-Dahl.
Abstain.
All right. Director Hinton-Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee. Yes. Director Torres. Not present. Okay. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Vice President London.
Yes.
And President Ng.
Yes.
This motion is adopted.
Thank you. We are now at item P18. This was pulled by Director Yee. This is the Chillinghammer Education Fund grant.
Thank you.
Madam President, you need a motion or a second?
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Item P18, moved by Vice President
Second.
London, seconded by, was that Gonzalez?
Second.
Gonzalez.
Okay.
The reason I asked to pull this is just to highlight as a point of personal professional privilege. Chillinghammer, I first met in 2000 because she was recruited by Caroline Yee to teach at Emerson School as a brand new teacher. And Caroline was my wife, and she said in the years that she has been in education, had been in education around 40 years, Chillinghammer was one of the finest teachers that she had ever met. Chilling worked at Emerson for about 3 years or so, and then moved over to be a teacher coach. She was so good. She was identified as a teacher coach, and she continued that work for about an additional 7 years when she had to quit because of successive bouts of cancer. She subsequently passed away in 2013, about 4 months after my wife passed away. But her family, in her honor, set up a donor-advised fund with the East Bay Community Foundation for the express purpose of supporting new teachers in their development. And so you can see that they grant us for $70,000 for new teachers to support them and provide them stipends and subsidies for participating and becoming better teachers. And one of the things that they asked for, or the East Bay Community Foundation asked for from the school district, was to encourage us to thank the fund for this grant by sending a letter addressed to the Chillinghammer Education Fund in care of the East Bay Community Foundation Donor Services for the fact that she commits and supports new teachers each and every year. And so I'm asking the superintendent if she would, if that was something that she could make sure happens on our behalf.
Sounds like a yes.
Thank you very much. And I would be happy to sign that letter myself. She was truly a great teacher.
Thank you, Director Yee, for the background and the story behind this wonderful woman. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none,
I'm sorry,
Director
I know
Hinhaj.
it's not public comment. I just have a clarifying question on this. So how will people know about, how will new teachers know about this fund?
I'll have our Deputy Chief of Talent, Tara Gard, come up and provide a high-level summary, and it's something that we can come back to you with more detail.
Yeah, you don't have to go into detail. I was just.
Sure. Can you just repeat your question?
I was just wondering, like, how do new teachers learn about this wonderful award and opportunity?
Well, this is for our new teacher support program, so we reach out to all of our new teachers who are intern teachers and also teachers on emergency credentials, and then they sign up. But the 70,000 is actually for our mentor teachers who are mentoring our new teachers, and we always talk about Ms. Hammer, and her husband is always contacting us every year. So it's
Okay, so this is actually going to support our administrative function inside the district to support teachers?
no, it supports the teachers who are mentoring our new teachers.
Okay. And those teachers live inside of classrooms, but then they take time off and go mentor other teachers,
They
right?
either live inside of a classroom or they're retirees. who
Or they're
also support.
retirees.
Mhm.
Okay. I don't want to grind on this and go too deep at all, but I just spent the summer with a teacher who had a couple of mentors from different type of programs like TFA, and then she was a new teacher in West Contra Costa, and she had a mentor and stuff. So and this is going to be kind of a new thing that I address later on in the year, just around how, because we've seen the PAR, teachers come forward, and like it's amazing and great work. But I think I'm moved to want to see like more accountability in the name, and this is not to suggest that there isn't accountability, but to maybe, like, this is a moment to really kind of look and understand through the Hammer Fund, like, how well and how effective we are around this, because we know every teacher or teachers that we lose often say it's because they don't have, you know, a mentor and support. So, like, really grateful that we can be able to use this, but I don't want to micromanage this in any kind of way. I just want to know that inside of our system that, like, we really at our best utilize these resources so that they touch, you know, the mentors and touch the teachers that really need it. So
Okay.
I look forward to, like, more in depth later on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Look forward to that.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge, for your support of this. I was lifting this up just as a place that touched me, that somebody's family would commit this amount of money to support teachers 7 years after she's passed away. She still has a connection, her family has a connection to the Oakland Public Schools through this donation. And I just wanted to thank her.
Thank you, Director Yee. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. On the adoption of the pending motion, Student Director Smith-Dahl. Do you wish to vote or not?
No.
Say abstain.
Oh, I abstain.
Okay. Student Director Carabio.
Abstain.
Sorry.
Garibo.
Okay. Okay. Director Torres, not present? Okay. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee. Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're on to item P22. This is an MOU with the Alameda County Probation Department with our high school network. Director Harris pulled the item. I'll turn it over to Director Harris. Is there a motion to adopt item P22?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. Director Harris.
Yes, as you just heard from one of the representatives at BOP, I pulled the item. They expressed some concern, but I thought this would be a great opportunity for the superintendent's team to talk about the grant, the purpose of the grant, the students impacted, et cetera. So if you could give us the rundown, or a member from the staff could give us a rundown on what the purpose of the grant is, since it serves from starting in June to September 20 next year. So I wondered if you could give a brief overview.
Sure. I will have our new Chief Systems and Service Officer, Preston Thomas, who was our former network superintendent for high school, provide some information about the grant.
Welcome back, everybody. So I think that just to give a little bit of history to the conversation, this actually emerged out of the Joint Powers Authority in the Safety Impact Table and the Education Impact Table in one of the convenings that they had. The Safety Impact Table had a proposal to really address alternatives to suspension. It did not end up being the option that they selected that year. I think they did midnight basketball and another program. So it was kind of their third option that they had decided to go to. But it launched a conversation between the Education Impact Table and the Safety Impact Table, particularly with the Office of Probation. And the people that participated in some of the early planning, and it's still in the planning phases, was Jerome Gordine, Principal Abdel Kawi from Oakland High, Barb McClung and some of the folks from community schools, Lucia Moretz, who's the director, who is now the high school superintendent. And really it began this journey into and it comes out of the county's desire to prevent students from even getting into the juvenile justice system at all. And so the idea, they explored lots of options of ways to address this. And one of the ideas that came up in the research, similar to All City Council, was like a peer mentoring program where you would have high school students that work with students that are early on identified in the feeder pattern for the school, getting, as an alternative to suspension, they would have peer mentors that come down and work with them. And so this is the beginning. It's a grant. It's a pass-through into Oakland Unified School District that would be centered at Oakland High School. The case managers that they hire would be part of Oakland High School, and they would create 2 classes of students, and this year they're going to figure out the process, the curriculum, and things like that. It would be 20 students, 40 students that are selected at Oakland High School, but each of them would pick up a mentor as they became identified at the middle school in like an after-school program type experience, where the middle school students would have a mentor in the high school, and they would do activities together to try to get the middle school students back on track for school.
Thank you.
Right on time, Mr. Thomas.
There you go.
I mean, that's really the point. So, optics are one thing, the reality is another. So I think this is a good opportunity, also a chance for me to plug the JPA. So these are the kinds of things that we're trying to promote. So, it may be awkward in the past to see a relationship between the county office, between the probation office, but that's where it came from. People much smarter than me and Director Hinton Hodge at the safety table coming up with funding and an idea to empower the staff at these schools to begin to bridge and build relationships between students and mentors. So read more about the work, youthventures.org, but that was really the only point of pulling it, but I wondered if any other folks had questions or comments or thoughts. Director Hinton Hodge, I'm calling on you like through the chair. What am I doing?
Director Hinton Hodge.
Through the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to, I don't want to necessarily plug JPA, but I think that the public speaker was asking, like, so what is this JPA thing? And I think that over the years, it's been a very not clear thing, but it has over the last 2 to 3 years been much better. It is a public meeting. Everyone is welcome to come to it. Notes and things like that are available to the public, so you can go back and research it and look at everything that we've done and everything that we've said. And there's a concept and an idea around collective impact, which has been somewhat of the driving force, and it's a strong thing inside the district, but it's something I think that the district has supported to move out into other departments and other industries or sectors. And the simplistic way I'd like to think about it is that we each do our own thing, and we talk about silos. So I do probation over here and I do education, but when are those moments when we need to actually kind of talk either about sharing who this child is? So does a teacher know when a child is on probation? If the child gets probation dollars, like you might know that as a parent, there's some dollars that drive behind them to get case workers or therapists. Well, what about at the school side? Do they get a therapist over there? And so this JPA or collective body action piece is about how can we maybe share those resources, because it doesn't make no sense for probation to be giving you dollars, OUSD to give you dollars, and then in the middle, the child and the family is not okay, is not healthy. So this has been, systems need to look at themselves, not waste money, and think about how to utilize money in a really different kind of way. So, I mean, that's the aspiration, and I would say the last 2 to 3 years, we've been much closer to thinking about that, and at least calling things out like that in that way, so that it's not like we're just spending money but never really getting in clear outcomes that benefit young people. And I'll just end this say, I really want to understand the middle school piece a little bit more, and maybe it's not from you, but maybe down the road.
Thank you. Is there public comment on this item? Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Is there any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, Mr. Rakeshaw, okay.
Good evening. I'm Mary. I'm an intern at the Black Organizing Project. I'm just more curious about our organization just doesn't want police in the schools at all, period. And so I'm curious as to what really is the role of the probation department. It talks a little bit about who's being hired, the consultants and the teachers and whatnot. And so I'm curious as to, are these people who are working at the probation department, or are these people who have never been in the schools before? Because we don't want police in schools. We know what police do to Black and brown youth, and that's not what we're trying to see happen, is youth being hurt more than they are.
Thank you. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the adoption of this item, Student Director Smith Dahl,
No.
Student Director Karibo,
No.
Director Harris, Director Yee, Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Gonzalez,
I'm going to abstain.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. At this time, we're on page 29. We're moving on to unfinished business. There's one item under unfinished business, item S1. This is a presentation. It's an update on the 45-day district budget revision, 2019-2020. Turning it over to Superintendent Johnson Trammell to introduce this item.
Thank you, President Ng. At this time, I am going to introduce our interim CFO, Chief Financial Officer, Luz Casares.
Casares, you got it.
Casares.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here, and I actually would like to start off by noting an observation I've made over my short time here. The revisions that we're going to talk about today, the update you're going to hear today, was absolutely a team effort, and I want you to know that. There has been, I think I have touched just about every department in the school district, from not just the finance and budget folks, but talent, academic, technology, systems and services, the superintendent's offices, and the support we get from the county office of education. It has been, I think I can tell you that at every
Could
turn.
you hold the
when
microphone a little closer, just because there's a lot of folks in the room? That's
absolutely. How's
Thank
that?
you.
At every turn, when I've had a question or needed a thought partner on any particular item or issue, there has been someone there who is helpful and diligent to work it through with me. And when I say thoughtful, I don't mean considerate. I mean full of thought, really truly taking a moment to contemplate the question on the table and think through about our finances and why we do what we do and how we might do it even better. So I do want you to know it was absolutely a team effort, and I have really enjoyed getting to know the folks here at Oakland Unified. So I want to start off by just reminding us of what the cycle looks like. So every year we prepare our budget, and that budget is reviewed by the public and the board at multiple steps. We've already presented to the board the budget adoption of the budget last month. This is that next step. This is the 45-day revise. This is a quick step. The next step where you'll have an opportunity to really dig into the finances will be in first interim, and that's in December. And you can see from the slide deck in front of you that there are multiple opportunities. Sometimes we have this idea in our minds that school budgets or government budgets are sort of made in a corner, in a dark office somewhere in the corner with a smoke-filled room, and that's just not the case. It can't be the case because there's a great level of public scrutiny that gets applied to public documents, and this is one of those. And so you'll have several opportunities to look at our budget in the current fiscal year. I'm going to talk about the revisions to our budget in essentially two categories. And so the first category are going to be those impacts to our budget based on the final budget act that was approved by the state back in June. The second bucket of revisions to our budget are going to be based on those decisions that we've made here locally. And I should have noted at the beginning, if you have any questions along the way, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm happy to take questions as they come to you. So at the state level, we have some good news in that the state has taken an interest in our special education funding, and they've shown that interest and willing to invest in our special education population in two ways. So one, in our preschool population. So this is an early intervention preschool grant. This is new grant funding for school districts in the state of California. It amounts to about $9,000 per pupil For us, we've got about 403 pupils that we're estimating would make us eligible. And so for us, that could mean new revenue totaling about $3.6 million. Now, there are a couple of question marks on this new funding. So while that $3.6 million is a good estimate, there's a question about how we might be able to use it. And so one possibility, and it's a very real possibility, is that we might have to use it strictly on supplementing what we currently do. So we look at our current services and how we use our resources, and then we have to think about how we add on to it. Another possibility is that we would be allowed to take a look at the contribution we're currently making and maybe use this new revenue source to offset some of that contribution. Both of those are possibilities, and they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. So as we await further clarification and direction from CDE and from the state, we will have a better sense of how we might be able to use that new $3.6 million that we're expecting, specifically for special education preschoolers. And so I want to be clear about that. It's not just any special education population, it's specifically our preschoolers. There was also some new funding at the state level, what's being called the leveling up funding for special education. The idea there is to take some of our lowest funded SELPAs in the state and provide additional dollars to them to essentially just get them caught up to the statewide target. Now, we here at Oakland are just above that target, so we won't have the benefit of it directly, but we can know that across the state, the rest of our preschool populations who have that need and are being served by other school districts do have that opportunity to get a little bit more money to provide those much needed services to our students on IEPs. Then we had a couple of adjustments for our employer pension rates. And I'm going to start off by noting the net impact of these two changes was pretty minimal. Okay, so there was a plus on one side and a minus on the other side, and they almost equal zero. So on the STIR side, the governor, both in January as well as in May, had proposed making a one-time investment into the unfunded STIRS liability. So that's good news for us because it would reduce our employer contribution rate. Ultimately, what happened in the Budget Act was we do see that an investment made into STIRS, and we see an investment made into PERS, which again is good news, but they essentially split that total dollar amount across those two. So what happens in STIRS is that there is a slight increase in our contribution rate, and so it raises our expenditures by about 0.8 million. And then with the investment that the state is making in CalPERS, which is new, there's a decrease in our employer contribution rate, and so we end up saving about $0.9 million. So STIRS expenditures go up about $800,000, PERS expenditures go down about $900,000, and so it's a net impact to our bottom line that's positive, but only about $100,000. And so good news in that there is an investment being made there by the state. It's one time, but I'll take it to help our employer pension rates, and we can look forward to hopefully more one-time investments from the state. Those were the revisions based on the actual State Budget Act. Now, these are the ones that are based on what we've done here locally. So first, we had our tentative agreement with SEIU approved in early July, and the board has already seen that, the board has already approved that, and so just as a reminder, it impacted our prior year, 18-19, at about 0.7 million, and it's impacting our current year, 19-20, to the tune of about $3.4 million. Again, that's already been board approved. It's now being entered into the budget, and so you'll be able to see that when we have our first interim report. Another impact to our budget in the current year, actually it'll be in the prior year, is our vacation leave balances. And so the board made approved some significant reductions in our staffing for the current year, and those were implemented. And along with in implementing those, we did have some vacation leave accruals that we needed to pay out. And so employees accumulate vacation leave balances, and when they separate from the district, we're obligated to pay out those balances. And so we did pay them out at an amount about 0.8 million, so about $800,000. That amount is reflected in our 18-19 budget. And so it's something that impacted our budget that we're in the process of closing right now. So that's an 18-19 impact. Next, for the larger dollar amounts. So back in spring, the board approved a resolution stipulating that we would be making reductions to 1920, totaling about $21.77 million. And I'm going to report first at the high level, and then I'm going to go down into some of the detail. So that $21.77 million that was approved by the board in your resolution consisted of reductions to staffing, as well as shifts of staffing to restricted dollars. It included some reductions to school site discretionary budgets at about $3 million. It included some reductions or shifts to restricted resources for grants at $1.47 million, and it included some savings in operations and some revenue enhancements, totaling about $1.6 million. So those total $21.77 million. Of that $21.77 million, we have achieved $17.3 million in reductions. So just, right, $17.3 million of the $21.7 that the board stipulated we've reduced. And just to put that in terms of percentages, that's about 80%. So 80% of what the board stipulated we would make in reductions, we've made about 80% of it. The other 20%, and again, I'm going to hit some of the detail, that other 20%, I want you to know we are still working on it. So we know the targets we hit, and we know the targets that were just a little off, and we're going to keep working this year at making those reductions happen. So with the reductions to staff, we've saved about $13.7 million. With the reductions to school site, we've saved about $2.5 million. There is a line that we have for reducing or shifting restricted sources of contracts. It's $1.47 million. That's that third line down. Of that $1.47 million, we've not operationalized it yet, but we have been working diligently on identifying them. And so far, we've come up with $630,000 of the dollars that we need to get to that $1.47 million mark. With regards to revenue enhancements, we were looking for a target of $1.6 million, and those had two primary sources to it. So one is about $1 million of new revenue from Saturday school. And as you know, right, we had a hectic year last year with a couple of major events. And so because of those major events, we started the planning and then weren't able to quite pick it up again. And so we're able now to pick it back up and are working on how we can go about piloting the Saturday school and get it going, see which of our school sites are interested in how we might proceed with that, to see how much revenue we can start generating. The other major item in that last bullet point was increasing our revenue from facility rentals. We were targeting about $430,000, and we've actually been quite successful with that. So that one was implemented last year in November, and just in that partial year, right, we're talking 7 to 8 months of implementation, we were able to get to an increase of $370,000 of revenue, which is really close to our original target of $430,000. So I would actually bet at this point, and I'm not a betting person, but I would bet a nickel that come first interim, I'll probably be coming back to you to say we're going to exceed the target that we set last year on the facility rental by probably about $100,000. And so that's good news there. We were able to operationalize that last year, and we saw the benefit of it last year, and we're continuing to see the benefit of it this year. And so that's really good news for us to have a brand new, or it's not a brand new funding source, but an enhanced funding source. Coming up, we've got in September, we'll be meeting again, and we're going to have some good pieces of information for you. So one of the pieces that we're working on are the school site and central department budgets. So come next month, when we provide the closing update, we'll be able to share with you how school sites and departments did individually in FY 18-19, as well as how they're looking in terms of budget for 19-20. And so we'll be able to show you those 2 years so that you can compare. And then a big part of what we're going to be working on over the next month and a half is what we're calling Budget Development 2.0. Last year, at the point in time where we would normally have developed the budget, you know, it was a tumultuous time, I think was the phrase used. And so we didn't have that opportunity to develop the budget really truly the way we want to develop the budget. And so we're going to take a second stab at it over the next month and a half to refine those budgets and provide a better budget for you come first interim. And that's going to mean we're meeting with all of the department heads, we're meeting with all of the teams. It'll be the finance folks plus the program folks to really get to what should our budget be, what should it really look like. So we'll have much better budget to discuss at that point in time. During that process, we'll also be looking to ask ourselves how we might meet that mark of those reductions where we missed the mark. So we're going to be talking about what possibilities do we have there for efficiencies. We'll continue to look for opportunities to shift from our unrestricted to our restricted. And that'll be also the place where we can talk about other needs that might come up. Whether it is a need for deferred maintenance, whether it is additional investments for special education, all of those things that come up during the year as we get better information is going to be that'll be the opportunity we have to have those conversations and then provide you with a more refined budget come closing time. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments, thoughts about proceeding.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the district. Director Harris.
Thank you for the presentation. So I have two questions. The first of which, so you said 20% of the reductions that we voted on to make, which are actually from this year's budget, we haven't identified the funds. But school is going on, so I'm trying to understand, with school going on, that's the actual budget that the district is working on, but we're still looking to reduce money. So how does that happen? How is that happening?
So most of the reductions are central support reductions that are happening, and
Right.
and at this point the reductions have really happened. A lot of what we're looking for now are shifts that we had scheduled to happen that haven't happened yet. So as an example, we had identified at this last year during the budget reduction process that we would take about $1.47 million worth of contracts and shift those over to restricted resources. And we had not been able to do that yet. So as of today, we've identified $630,000, and we're going to keep working to identify how we get to that $1.47 million target.
Okay, and so each of these is kind of an example of that. So my question is, so if it's like, what's the time certain, right? That at what point will we stop looking and say this is all we have? Or so I was expecting, and my next question is I was expecting us to be able to make that determination today. You're saying it's more like the close of the books, or is it beyond the close of the books? Like, what's the date that we stop counting because we have to put the reductions against things like raises and just district expenditures. So if we're $4 million short, at what point do we know we're $4 million short?
Got it. So I would say come closing, when we meet again in September, we'll be able to provide you with that refined update of what's happening in the 19-20 budget. And so if our target, for example, on the Saturday school was to generate an additional $945,000 this year, we'll be able to come back to you and say, okay, $940,000 is what we planned on, and that's how we got to the $21.77 million. But now, based on the program we think we can implement this year,
Right.
Here's how much revenue we actually think we're going to be able to generate.
And then we would have to then say we either do or don't have enough money to pay the bills, right? Minus the calculations you have. I'm not clear. if we've cut $21 million, but we're still spending as though
Got
we
it.
have,
I
do you see what I'm saying?
I understand your question now.
Okay.
So yes, so thank you for the question. So I think it's really important to note that of the budget amounts that were scheduled for reduction and have not been made, those assumptions didn't get built into the budget. So the budget does not include, the adopted budget that was approved by the board didn't assume we were going to generate an additional $1 million worth of revenue. So that revenue isn't there. So our revenue isn't overstated and our bottom line isn't overstated. So it's not, we're not spending like we made these adjustments at 21.77
So we're not
million.
spending as though we made 21 million. We're spending as though we made $18 million in reductions, and we still have enough to meet our obligations?
We are spending as if we made 17.
Yep, right?
Yes.
Minus, so.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's good for the public. And then we'll go around. My second question, maybe somebody could pick up on it, is I thought today the big alarm or red flag for this adopted budget was actually the multi-year, which puts us on the hook for making $10 million in reductions this budget development cycle, 10.5 next year. Any comment on that part? That's what I was more interested in hearing, but I didn't hear any comment on the multi-year.
Yeah, so I will tell you, typically the multi-year projection is something we would refine and update, and we quite honestly could refine it just to show the impact of these dollars. I would submit to you, though, that would not be as good a multi-year projection as we need to provide in order to make the decisions that you're describing. So come closing, where we typically don't really go over the multi-year projections in great detail, we will be going over them in great detail.
And the county, you're in lockstep with them for question 1 and 2? They're aware of the thinking and methodology?
Yes, both the county and with the state administrator. So we're very good friends.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris, for those questions. Director Yee.
The 80% actuals around the personnel costs, I'm assuming it has to do with either we didn't make the shifts to the restricted side of the house, or we didn't actually make the cuts. Is that pretty true?
Yes.
So, that kind of worries me, because if we didn't make the cuts or we didn't make the restricted shifts in the last year, we're going to need to make those cuts and/or shifts this year, which would imply another round of some sort of projected cuts for the 19-20 year, just so that we can stay on track.
Yes, and that's why I note that, right, we know what the target was, that 21.77 million. We haven't forgotten it. We haven't put it aside. We are working diligently to get ourselves to that 21.77 million. With the fact that a lot of what didn't happen there is about those shifts to restricted dollars. It really is about just the practical thinking of what happens when we shift a position. So to give you an example, we had some of our financial analysts that were scheduled to shift over from a portion of their allocation from unrestricted to restricted, which is absolutely doable, but then it comes along with some rules. So they have to do something called time accounting. And so those rules make it a little bit harder. And so we have to think really hard about, okay, do I want our financial analysts working on the work we need them to do? Do we want them spending time on this time accounting? Is there another way to achieve this shift? And so those are all questions that came up as we were going through that process. And so when we go through Budget Development 2.0, it'll be that opportunity to either decide, yes, this is what we're going to do and this is how we'll minimize impact, or let's find another way to make those shifts happen.
Well, that's actually reassuring, because if it's that kind of tactical choice that we're asking the superintendent to make and the staff, then it doesn't necessarily require another staff reduction, another round of staff reductions. So you sharing that it's mostly that shift is actually good news, because if I'm not mistaken, we had some surplus in the restricted side for this very purpose, and that it actually needs to be spent. Would you say that's fair to say?
Yes, I think the restricted carryover that you might be thinking about was for the contracts. But the same is true of all of our restricted dollars. So all those restricted dollars come through, and the bottom line, every dollar we receive is is in service of students. And so we can be thoughtful about how we allocate that across adults to make sure that we're serving the students
Right.
who are depending on us to serve them.
And then just the last comment is regarding the time accounting that she mentioned. That oftentimes seems to be burdensome upon the operations person. And so because it actually means you actually have to keep track of which work you're doing on which side. So that's the culture shift that probably needs to happen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so, and that's why we need to be really thoughtful about the changes we're making, right? If we're going to make that sort of change, we want to make sure, one, staff are trained and prepared, but also that time then that we end up using that way isn't better spent another way so that we can rethink our resources. We just want to be really thoughtful about the whole pie, not just slivers of it, because it's the sliver that's in front of us in a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yee. Other questions? I know Director Torres. I know Director Gonzalez had some questions. Did you want to? I didn't see you raise your hand. That's why. Director Hinton-Hodge.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Thank you. So I didn't think it was a multi-year. I knew we talked about at the end of the year that the multi-year piece had shifted because of bargaining. So there's 10 million got to look for. I actually thought this was going to be more focused on the concerns that came up 4 or 5 weeks ago around SPED and an increase of students and changes in budget reduction. So that's kind of, and then I went on vacation after I heard about that thing. So I came back kind of thinking that was what we were leaning into. So that these adjustments are just kind of more so based on getting to 80%, but needing to do more in terms of, right? There's no particular big issue concern here.
So typically the 45-day revise is limited to impact based on the Budget Act.
Got
and
it.
so that we did, but because we do always want to provide to the board the best information available to us at any point in time, we added in some of those local shifts that are also happening. So you got the state budget side as well as some of the things that are specific to us.
So I just have a question about process, and this is me actually kind of being on the slippery slope and probably a little too deep into it because you were talking about the financial analysts, and I remember we had actually laid them off, right? They were a part of the cut of the organization, and then we were like, we really probably should not cut them because they're very essential to our fiscal vitality and our fiscal solvency. And so this shift, I guess, of categorization of them and how we kept them on board, I'm glad that happened. So my question really is about who is doing the work? Because I hear about county being involved, and I don't know, again, to what extent the state. And with you coming in as a new person and pivotal and leadership, like how is the senior staff, the veteran staff, the people who are part of OUSD, who've typically always done this work, how are they involved in this kind of new projection of the work? And how are they working with the county, if at all?
Sure.
So Luce, I'll start and then we can,
Okay.
I'll do the topic sentence and she'll do the details of the paragraph, if that makes sense. So one, I just want to clarify that the original intent with the fiscal analysts was never to be an elimination for cost savings. The original intent was to think about a redesign. Are there ways, and that is an area around business services altogether, where the county is providing guidance around, are you set up organizationally in kind of a best practice way? We decided to halt on that because of some of the transitions we had in financial leadership. That's what led to, we'll just keep the current positions versus rethinking and redesigning. So it was never intended to be a cost-saving measure. So I wanted to clarify that point. One, two, now that we do have an interim CFO on board, the interim CFO is the leader of the financial division, and as such is the leading liaison with the county in terms of being able to shape and guide the type of support we need based on what we're seeing. And so a lot of what we're saying is it's not just someone coming and doing work, but where are we building capacity in order to improve systems. So having the interim CFO lead that work. I want to just continue to remind everyone, we've had a state trustee here for years. It's just now we have one that's a lot more active and present. And so in that stay and rescind power, if there are decisions, or I should say if there are recommendations I make, which seem like they're going to result in fiscal insolvency, the state trustee can step in and say, you cannot do that. If there are decisions that the board makes that the state trustee believes will lead to fiscal insolvency, until we are out of state trusteeship, that individual has the authority to say, I'm going to stay and rescind that decision. So in that role, that person is also a part of the mix, but the county right now is providing the support, but based on the direction of the interim CFO, where our interim CFO is seeing we need additional support.
So you don't have to do any more of that. Since you did the topical piece, that's enough. So I think my inquiry would be, you know, how engaged and involved do you have veteran staff in this process of rebuilding? So if we're saying we're doing capacity building, does that show up with people saying, hey, I meet with this person every 2 weeks, or I have a standing meeting with her, or I'm seeing the numbers, I understand what's going on? That would be, and again, I don't get to go in and really do that because that would be way over the line, but I'm just hoping that, again, that becomes if that's capacity building, that it looks something like that in my mind, I'm thinking. So just some nuggets to just leave. We often have had issues around early childhood that will kind of overrun. And also food services, and so those are things that I'm, as I guess we close books and things like that, to be, it hasn't happened in a year or two, but I'm always, you know, waiting for the shoe to drop, where it's like, oh, food services went over in some kind of way. And then this might feel a little tangential, because I want to understand SAB 1640, 1840, which one? 1840. I think it has nothing to do with this presentation whatsoever, but just kind of knowing like that was also a resource that came into us. So I'm just very curious. You don't have to answer it now. I want you to know that I would love for you to explain it to me at some later point, and whether or not we're utilizing that resource or not. That's it. Thank you.
Director Torres, thank you.
So thank you for the presentation. And one of my questions is around the 1.47 million that you were sharing was supposed to be cut. And then you said something like 600 million was 600,000 of the 1.47. It's almost 1.5. 600,000 being almost a third, right? I'm wondering, are there particular areas that, or like a cluster of where we see that 1.47 to where rather than it being consultants, it could be district employees, or it's training, you know, moving people up as far as their capacity that are already in the district? I'm just wondering if, maybe this is for the superintendent again versus for you, but I definitely wondered about why we're not getting to the 1.47, and is there a particular area that's the most stuck, right, to get to that? And then, yeah, so that's my main concern, is why is that so hard to make that cut?
Well, in this particular area, it's not necessarily a true reduction, but movement of what particular funding source is funding that particular investment. And correct me if I'm wrong, if I make any logistical missteps. But one of the reasons when we're doing movement to restricted is if we are violating any law, then we could end up paying fines in terms of audit findings. So it really is a chess move in terms of making sure, for example, if we fund something and it's split funding, we have to document that through the time accounting process. So, and we've made those mistakes in the past as a district. So we think we're saving X and then we're paying Y when it comes to closing and audit findings. And so it's a time issue and really going through and making sure that we're making those decisions as accurately as possible. A lot of the big lift in the spring was around just the amount of FTEs that we had to reduce.
Right.
So we are now going back and doing some of that due diligence.
So then it sounds like with regard to 600, a little over a third of the 1.47, and is there, in your opinion then, between the two of you, the indication that we will get to 1.47? And then are we able to even go further than that in regard to making cuts and getting to where we're efficient? I think it's going to come down to being more efficient, right? And not getting audited and not getting these fines, because early on the board it was like $4 million. It was several $1 million in audit findings. And then slowly it's tapered off and so on. But I'm just wondering, is that the goal or is it beyond as we get better at these issues?
I think that those are questions that we will be asking and developing answers as we go through Budget Development 2.0. So as we're looking at the entirety of what it is we do, having those opportunities to ask ourselves, is there a better resource than what we're currently using? Will be that opportunity that will come back to you then when we're closing books.
Thank you. Before I call on Director Gonzalez, I did just want to make an announcement because it looks like folks are, there are folks here for the public comment non-agenda item that is at 7:30 or shortly thereafter. So we are going to that matter directly after this item. We do need to finish this item, hoping to finish this item in the next 15 minutes. So we will go to that item next, though. Thank you for your patience. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you for the presentation. This comment is not really directed at you because you weren't here, but I'm just more to the superintendent and the staff that it's just really disappointing that schools, they made their cuts. And a lot of the cuts that weren't made, the positions that weren't eliminated, the savings that weren't realized, the contracts that weren't reduced, and there was some progress made, but schools made their cuts, and they, several of my schools lost several positions, and we did not realize all of our cuts, and so the message that sends to schools is, you guys are expendable, and we may or may not make the cuts that we've committed to, and so that's just, that's not the message I want to be sending to school communities. They are the priority. So it's not acceptable that we did not realize the cuts that we had made, agreed to make in the central office, or the reductions or the revenue that we agreed to generate. So it's just not acceptable, and I just want to share with my colleagues and with the staff that is very distressing to me because we were really clear on the Fiscal Vitality Committee that we didn't want to see any cuts to schools. And we were told, well, there's no way that we can make the reductions that are needed without cuts to schools. But it turns out that, they were able to make the cuts to schools, but they weren't able to make the cuts to central. And that's just not the message that we want to send to schools. So it's just really disappointing. And then, just on Saturday school, that just doesn't seem like a very heavy lift. So I'm disappointed that didn't go forward because to me, that's just really low-hanging fruit. So I hope that the staff will continue to push that forward because I do think that's one of our most promising strategies. But I am disappointed that the other revenue generation strategies, because there was more than just 2 opportunities that were identified to our committee. And it's disappointing that those haven't been realized. So. It sounds like there's been some progress made, but it's not acceptable that we would, successfully implement all the school-based or almost all the school-based cuts, but really fall dramatically short on the central cuts.
Vice President London.
Thank you. I appreciate the work you're doing with us. So my colleagues have touched on a number of the issues that are of concern to me, so I'm going to try to pick up some additional ones. Vacation leaves. $800,000 in vacation leaves. So, Superintendent, do we have a policy that caps the amount of vacation one can accrue? I know where I work, you can only accrue a certain amount of vacation time, and then you lose it. Do we have a policy like that?
We do, and that's one of the areas that we're working on for this year in terms of refinement and also improvement and implementation. So that's going to be something we're going to be bringing back to you, given the amount that we have seen that we've had to pay out. So that's definitely an area where we're focusing on this year.
Can we get, okay, I will look forward to that update. And I hope that when you bring it forward, you will give us an update on what timekeeping practices are in effect across the district. I think that's really important. I know that if I do not turn in my timesheet on time, I do not get a paycheck 2 weeks later. And if we do not have that level of rigor, shame on us. I have a question about the facilities rental. I think it's great that that program is working. Do any of those funds go back to schools? The schools that are hosting all these people? Like, I know I have schools that are in use round the clock, particularly the field at Oakland Tech, and we should be taking some of the revenue from leasing out that field 24/7 practically and using it to refurbish the field at minimum. But I know a lot of schools would like to see their facilities used more by the community, and if they could realize some revenue. So do we have are we talking about that at all? I don't know which of you would know the answer.
I would say I've not been a part of any conversation that discusses putting some of that money off to the sites. And that may be because the idea here was that we were going to enhance revenue into the general fund. And so if we generate an additional $430,000 and split it, then it only counts toward whatever amount stays.
What I would I understand that answer.
So I would say we're at stage one where we're trying to solidify the revenue, and we'll come back in terms of kind of the process for how to distribute the revenue. That has come up initially in terms of an interest in wanting to figure out ways of distributing that to sites. But where we're at now is ensuring that we're able to confirm and give a projection in terms of the amount of additional revenue for this particular fiscal year.
I just have one more thing. I would like to actually amend my prior suggestion, and I actually think that what we should be doing with the revenue from site rental is putting a percentage of it into our deferred maintenance fund. If you think about the linkage I just made between the field at Oakland Tech, you need to be replaced frequently because it's in constant use by outside groups, and the fact that it's very expensive to replace a field. I think it's $1 million every time we have to update a field. That to me would be a very good use of funds. And my last question to you, Miss Interim CFO, because I'm afraid I'll say your last name wrong, is I would like you to ensure that we are building in funds for deferred maintenance. I am very disturbed that we do not have that as the best budgeting practice, and I think it's one that we need to do because it's really bad when our facilities fall apart. Thanks.
Thank you. A lot of my topics were also covered by previous board members. I'll just highlight a couple areas that I also was concerned. I was concerned to hear, and I appreciate the additional context around the restricted revenue side, because I know that when that came up, there was some concerns around, can we just shift, are we double checking everything to make sure that we can use the restricted funds? And it looks like we've met less than 50% of the goal, but it sounds like there's fine tuning that's happening, and that maybe some of it's just technical pieces, but I was surprised that was so low, because when there was questions that were coming up, and of course this predates your time, but there was a lot of confidence around the type of ability to use funds, and then the same on the revenue enhancements. I think just as we were starting to discuss, just as some transitions were happening last spring, I think there was some concern about meeting the revenue enhancement goals, and I remember the Saturday school actually coming up at one of the fiscal vitality or budget and finance committee meetings, and at first we had heard that it wasn't going to happen, and then we had heard that it was going to happen, and actually this is the first that I've heard that it we were not on track for it. And so I just wonder about the process. It's both comforting to know that it wasn't built into the budget, but then it's also a little troubling that we didn't know when we approved the budget that there was, not some of these assumptions that were built in around what we had voted for in terms of the resolutions for 1920. But I appreciate the transparency by staff around where we are towards the target. It just would have been helpful to have the information earlier. And I'm looking forward to seeing the school site and central budgets at the unaudited actuals. That's something I was hoping we would see today. But I appreciate that we will be seeing it shortly. And I think everything else got covered before. And to Director Harris's first point around the multi-year assumptions, our commitment to the county was to see those at the unaudited actual dates. So we are on okay and on track for that. I think taking the time to make sure that it's fine-tuned and based off of the unaudited actuals and it has the most accurate picture of where we are is really important. And so I look forward to having a better sense of where we're going to be for not only this year, but also the next 2 years on the presentation on September 11th. Do the student directors have any questions on this item? Okay, just.
I think, I would love more time. I was really moved by Director Gonzalez's point because I guess I don't translate it in the same way. Disappointed that we didn't get to the full 100%, but I think, so how I was hearing was usually like the school sites did it, but we didn't do it, and so that creates a lack of trust. But what I heard was that the reason why there was and this is in the 630, the reduction and shift of restricted sources and contracts is that is a process that is coming, but that it's done, I think, with some, I don't have the right words. I don't know if it's a level of caution. It actually relies on whether or not you're moving it and not getting fined for moving it in the wrong place. So it feels like while a school site can say, I am going to cut a librarian and that's a horrible thing and it's very clear cut, it's different inside a central to say you're shifting the status of someone from a restricted pot to an unrestricted pot, and that there's a different nuance for central to do. So I guess I want to be a champion for the district and its hard work that it does. Of course, be accountable when it's not showing up. But it felt a little uncomfortable for me, for us to signal, or you to signal, Director Gonzalez, a message that some kind of way, Central wasn't doing the work. And that's fine, because we have different interpretations of things, but I just wanted to flag that. That was a little uncomfortable for me, because I feel like there's a rationale, and again, I want to hold people accountable, but so anyway, so I just had a different interpretation. So I say that to the public, right? Like, that's not how I would have translated that. And that's just a difference.
Thank you. We're ready. Thank you very much for the information. We look forward to additional information in September. We're going to go on to public comment for this item first, before moving on to public comment on non-agenda items. Public comment on item S1.
We have 2 speakers, Jim Mordecai, Asada Olabala.
Oh, yeah. Oh, with this? Oh, yeah.
Okay, Jim Mordecai is speaking as an individual. So I want to welcome the new interim CFO and criticize her for not showing up for the committee meeting, which I attended, and actually I didn't attend it. I stayed home and watched it on the streaming. And she wasn't there. And committee meetings are an important opportunity to try to get your questions answered. It's harder. You can't even get a response to a question in this particular format. So that's troublesome. And the second thing that's troublesome is that this memo is given out, and it refers to something you have to find online. It says that it was published at a certain time. I would, you know, I don't think that's user friendly. I think you have to put out what it is. And the 45-day budget revision doesn't have a single number in it. It's just a PowerPoint. So I'm used to, and I was critical of the previous CFO, but I'm used to all the information. In fact, it was really too much information for me to digest. We are not getting a lot of information, to the point that one of the school board members voted no because the numbers were not reliable. And we haven't got to the point that there's any trust that any of this stuff is reliable. And that's the big problem you're beginning the new school year with. We've yet to develop any trust over the numbers. And that last presentation certainly did not increase the trust that I have in you're doing the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
Melvin Phillips, first Vice President of SEIU. Looking over the documents that she had, I mean, I'm really confused because it seemed like, once again, there's so many pockets out there being filled, and we're not really looking at the real picture. The real picture is, after I looked at the documents that came out by the county, and it talked about $53 million for outside contractors and consultants. $53 million. Ouch. If you get rid of half of them, we'll have at least $25 million that we'll be able to pay back to the county and be able to be sovereign to the point that we can move on for our children and keep the staff that we have. We are losing individuals left and right. We got cut 25 school security officers who are mentors, they're coaches, they're friends, and now we are on campuses where there are sometimes 3, sometimes 2 SSOs. Doesn't make any sense. You need to learn how to do the math and do it the right way.
Kim Davis, parent. I appreciate that it's a difficult task, and I appreciate the calmness with which the presentation was made. It fell, you know, I'm acknowledging that it's not complete, acknowledging that we're not where we need to be, but it does feel like at least there is some cognizance of that fact in moving forward. But I would say that I think my feeling about what Director Gonzalez said is very much, it's not just about this particular thing, but all of the cuts that we have made, it feels to me, through this process have been cuts that are made at the school site, you know, that have to, you know, I mean, it's not as if the schools can say, oh, no, we're not going to make that cut. They're, you know, they don't have that money in their budget. So the cuts at school sites always happen. The cuts to some of our staff members always happen, but it's those other cuts that are identified that somehow we don't always get to. That's where the frustration is, this feeling that the cut, you know, that we are not all sharing in this burden and that we are not all working with the same level of commitment. So I feel like it's a historical issue. I feel that it's getting better. I know that the effort is there. But when I saw that we're talking about $3 million in additional cuts at school sites, or if that's what it looks like, I'm not sure I understood the presentation well enough. But I mean, it's just, you know, it just feels like over and over and over again. It is the school sites that always are bearing the brunt of it, and maybe other things will be kind of filled in. So I think that's where the frustration as a parent is, that it is, you know, it just feels like it never ends, and it feels like it's always on the schools who are making do with not enough. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alan Purcell, parent, member of a couple of acronym committees. Last year, we were told that the $3 million that was being cut from school sites had already been cut from the school sites. So now we're being told that it's only $2.5 million. So where is that $500,000 going to be cut from our school sites? When is me as an SSC chair, am I going to have to look at my budget and see how much more I'm going to have to get cut? Why is this happening? And two, where's the list of budget breakdowns that specifically focused on school site versus central that we were promised?
Love Life. This is the 100th anniversary of the Red Summer of 1919. I'm addressing the Early Intervention Preschool Grant, which is $3.6 million or $9,000 per pupil from the state. Now, in the consent agenda, P26, that was an early grant, childhood education grant for $12 million. So I'm saying this to say we need to see how all of this falls in line. When you're dealing with preschool, you get money from here, money from there, and where's it going to go? Second point I want to make is preschool is 3 to 4 years of age. The difference between preschool and what we call transitional kindergarten programs is that transitional kindergarten programs require that you have credentialed teachers. If you're doing a preschool program, it doesn't have that requirement. Head Start is considered a preschool program. You guys were involved with one Head Start program, but you were kicked out because you weren't doing things right. So I want to see implementation process, how it's going to work, because we're not working well with this. We need to look at Measure AA and kick it out, because that's another, it's called kindergarten readiness, no matter in different ways, this preschool thing. Lastly, throughout the year, you're going to see preference treatment. Special education is LCAP, preference treatment, that they're going to get money for early intervention preschool grants. Under Prop 209, you will never be able to do preference teaching for African American students. You won't be able to do it, but you're going to do it all over and over again for different groups of people, but you can't do it for black children.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mary. I'm with the Black Organizing Project, and since 2011, we've been fighting for the removal of school police. There's $6.5 million that OUSD is spending on law enforcement that I think should definitely be used to fund our students and to fund our schools. In the LCAP, OUSD identified that one of the reasons why suspensions were going down and just like celebrating in general was because of restorative justice and other school programs that were really supporting students. And so it doesn't make sense to me that we'll continue to have $6.5 million invested in law enforcement that really isn't supporting our students, when we could be really investing the money into restorative justice practices, into other things that will really support our students. And so I would really push the board to continue to think critically about defunding the police entirely from our schools.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Superintendent Johnson-Trammell, did you want to make a comment about the school site budgets in terms of the gap between 2.5 to 3 million? Because I do think that we want to project certainty and stability at the school site. So my understanding is that at this time there's no plans for any mid-year cuts for this year and that in school site budgets. And so if you could just reiterate or confirm that, that'd be great.
No, we're not planning to make any adjustments to school site budgets. The work that we're talking about is looking at maximizing our restricted dollars that we have centrally, and looking at how to move some of those investments that may be sitting in unrestricted budgets to school site budgets. The other piece I want to clarify is all of the numbers that we've provided, the breakdown of the $21.75 million, those are targets. So we set those targets, and now we're showing where we were in relation to hitting those targets, so that there's just clarity in terms of we're 80% there and some of the work that we need to do to try to get as close to 100% as possible. We are not planning to make any adjustments around that 2.5 for school sites. The work that we're talking about is central.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. At this time, we're going to move on to public comment on non-agenda items. As I said before, in terms of just wrapping up the budget conversation, we have a budget development improvement and best practices conversation that's starting on September 4th as a special meeting, and then it will be followed by September 11th. There will be a closing of the books, unaudited actuals presentation. We'll have a better sense of both the closing of the books and the multi-year projections going forward. So at this time, we will be we are taking public comment on non-agenda items. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Floyd, how many speakers do we have for this item?
We have 10 speakers.
10 speakers? Okay. We'll do 2 minutes then.
Kim Davis, April Haynes, Lisa Babbitt, Hakeem Bey, Keita Brown, Christy Thomas, Jessica Stewart, Jim Mordecai, Asada Olabala, Jean Hazard. We have 2 additional cards just submitted. Stash Malaysia, Jenna Penn.
Thank you. Please come forward and introduce yourself.
Literally rearranging the line. I'm Amy Stice. My daughter just started at Kaiser Elementary, and I'm a Santa Fe resident. Within the Santa Fe neighborhood, within the last couple weeks, we went around and asked our neighbors about the 3 blueprint scenarios. We know a lot of our neighbors don't attend Peralta, Sankofa, or Kaiser, so we wanted to capture those neighborhood opinions. We got 80 surveys collected door to door. Those 80 students represented 20 Oakland elementary schools, and I wanted to let you know what the results were. So we offered up the 3 scenarios. We also offered up a hypothetical 4th, which is to keep things exactly as they are next year, and these are the key takeaways. We didn't get a single respondent in favor of the status quo, to change nothing. 79% of respondents preferred a scenario that would bring an established school program to the Santa Fe site. And 82% of the current elementary school parents would consider a move to the Santa Fe site. Half of those are currently charter or private school parents. I sent this report to all of you, and I hope we can get together soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is April Haynes, and I'm a proud member of the Oakland Reach. Our kids head back to school, and I'm here to join all of the members and call for quality now. I put my kids in Oakland Unified School District schools, and I gave it a shot. But guess what? The schools failed. My kids and me. I was forced with a choice. Let my kids fail or put them out and figure out how to homeschool them. And that's what I'm currently doing right now. It's a no-brainer. My kids had to have quality in education. So I made the sacrifice that I would homeschool instead of put my children in an OUSD school that didn't have quality teachers or quality curriculum. Have you had to make the choice to put your children in and out of school? No parent should have to have that decision. They're headed into middle school, and I want to put my kids back in OUSD, but I want them to have a quality school where they'll get the right education. We can't kick tough decisions down the road. We have kids in school now, not 5 to 10 years from now. The time is now. I went through OUSD schools myself. I graduated from Fremont High School, and I did not learn how to read. Right now, at 38 years old, I'm 42 now, I read my first book at 38 years old, and that was Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome by Dr. Joyce DeGruy. I will not let that be my kids' future. I'll do whatever it takes. I'm asking you, how much time do you think our kids have to waste in low-performing schools where they can't read or have the proper math before you make a better decision. Or maybe, like me, with graduating and not knowing how to read. How much time will it take for my child to be on a path to succeed in college without taking remedial classes?
Thank you.
There is no time. The wait is over. The time is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Hakeem, and I am one of the leaders of the Oakland Reach. I am here as we kick off the school year because Oakland Public School has failed me. Now, as a father of 4, I will be damned if Oakland Public Schools are going to fail my children too. My story will not be my children's story. They will be prepared for success in college and life. I don't care about the name of the school my child attends. I do care about the quality of the school my child attends. You all have an opportunity to make sure every kid can access a good school that prepares them for college. But sometimes I truly wonder if you know how bad the zone schools our families like me have. Our neighborhood schools assigned to us based on nothing but a zip code is not acceptable to a father or a citizen of Oakland. Just 1% of black kids in Oakland attend a school that is above the state average and making progress. 1%. Meanwhile, 2/3 of black kids attend a school that is below the state average and going backwards. Would you send your own child to that school? I am a district parent. I am a charter parent. My only priority is a quality parent. Please make the only priority this year for you is quality. The time is over. The time is now.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa, and this is Keita, and we're from the Oakland Reach. It's the start of a new school year, and we're out in force because we need quality neighborhood schools now.
My name is Keita, and Lisa and I have things in common. We are both born and raised right here in Oakland. We have been faced with challenges where we have seen our families, our siblings, our sons not be prepared. I think, and I realize, and I stand here before you, and I think about my mother 40 years ago having the same challenge for me in elementary school. And it's the same challenges that I have trying to ensure that my youngest baby gets a college education. The brutal truth is that I have already struck out as a parent, not once but twice, with my older children. College itself was just not an option for them. They were not prepared. But I refuse to do that for my baby because this is the last one I got. But as I fight for her, I continue to get a sense that says that politicians think that people like myself, people of color, that we do not care about our kids. We are here tonight on a school night. It is the beginning of the school year for most of them. We're here because we care about our kids. And we are demanding, and we are going to fight for our kids. And I mean you no disrespect, board, but we're going to fight like hell to make sure that our kids have a quality school. Will you fight with us? Do you care? I ask you, do you care? I know you can't respond, but do you care? We cannot continue to sit by and wait. The time right now is, it's now.
Thank you.
The decisions that you make impact
all of us.
Thank you.
Slow action equals no action. You want parents to wait, to hold on while you take it delicately slow. We're tired of waiting. We've already told you that we're not waiting on Superman. Instead, inaction has created super parents like us. Parents that will do any and everything to make sure that their kids get the education they deserve. Do you really want quality neighborhood schools in every district? Do you really want to give children in underserved communities a pathway to success? If so, I urge you to make the tough decisions now so we can move forward and begin creating successful pathways that our children deserve. We're here to stay. The wait is over. The time is now.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Christy Thomas, and I'm a Kaiser parent. I heard Jody London on the radio this week where she did her best to make the concept of school closures sound reasonable. But school closures will likely result in further financial struggle for the district. The 2012 closures did not result in savings for the district, but did contribute to the increase of charter schools and the loss of students and therefore funding. In another example, Washington, D.C. school closures resulted in increased costs instead of savings. The district is successfully pitting school communities against each other when we should all be fighting school closures, which will further result in the decline of the student district population and further financial ruin. What are you going to do to prevent the Kaiser campus from becoming a charter or private school? Either option will take away more students and more resources from the district. Have you considered that Chabot, which is Director London's neighborhood school, will likely become more affluent following a Kaiser school closure? If Kaiser's catchment area is folded into the Chabot catchment, the resulting school will be more affluent and more exclusive, with fewer opportunities for students who live outside of that neighborhood. And when the district closed the upper grades at Sankofa, the Sankofa community was promised that that money would be saved and would result in additional student resources, much like you are promising now. Did OUSD deliver on this promise? School closures hurt students, families, and communities and are more likely to harm OUSD's finances than fix them.
If folks making their way out could just take the conversation outside, that would be helpful. We want to pay the same respect to the speakers that are coming up now.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Stewart at Go Public Schools. This is my 12th fall attending these board meetings. I started coming in 2008 as an OUSD teacher when we were coming together with other teachers and parents to organize as Go Public Schools. It's my first fall attending as an OUSD mom. Shout out to the awesome families and staff at ICS. We have been here, and there's lots of progress to celebrate in Oakland Public Education District and Charter in the last 10 years. Graduation rates up 20%, suspension rates about half of what it was back then. But we've got a ways to go, as you heard tonight, a long ways to go. We're going to continue to be here. We're here to help all of you fight for quality for your kids. We will stand with you as you fight for quality. We're going to help you know what's happening at these board meetings. We're going to work with you to make our district-run and charter public schools better. To the board, I think you have a lot of the policies you need to get us to better quality. You've got some really strong policies when it comes to financial management and the community of schools policy. This year has to be about implementing those policies with fidelity. And we are going to be here to stand with you and hold you accountable to making sure that those policies get implemented so that things are better for our kids. Adelante.
Thank you.
My name is Stosh Molesky, and I'm a Kaiser Elementary parent along with my wife, Gina Penn. And this is our son, Stosh, who's starting his second year at Kaiser. We're against the closure of Kaiser. OUSD needs to get its house in order before it tries to tackle a complex merger that involves many risks for the kids and the district itself. Jody London spoke on KQED's forum on Monday, and she talked about how many all the persistent and systemic problems there are that are hurting this district. OUSD has a broken financial system, a high number of teachers and principals leaving the district, construction projects that continue to run over budget, and not enough funding from the state. You should focus on what is on your plate already. Do not try to take on the closure or relocation of Kaiser. Do not try to take on the redevelopment of the Kaiser site. You have no right. We do not believe your proposal will be a success. We do not believe you have the resources or the track record to pull this off, and we will continue to fight this.
Thank you.
Hi, Gina Penn. I'm parent of student at Kaiser Elementary, and I just wanted to speak one more time prior to the vote on the Cohort 2 proposal. This is my son's second year at Kaiser, and last year we experienced some academic challenges. The teachers, staff, and administration were deeply involved in helping us navigate these challenges, and I do not believe that we would have had the same attention and time dedicated to us at a much larger, more popular school. Kaiser is a successful school. It succeeds largely because of its size and its diversity. OUSD cites the fact that only a small percentage of students from the school come from the neighborhood, and they cite it as a problem, but I want to say that it's in fact a strength. Students from all over Oakland have found success at Kaiser after leaving other schools. There are many people here who are championing the idea of opportunity tickets, and I want to say that Kaiser is an opportunity school. Please reconsider the proposal to merge or move or close Kaiser. It's working, and it should stay as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Chandel Aguilar, and I am a mother of 3 children that attend Lighthouse Community Public School. I have a 10th grader, a 7th grader, and a 2nd grader. I am also the community organizer at Lighthouse and our sister school, Lodestar. I am here to share some of the highlights of the first day of our school from both of our campuses. Our families and students were excited and ready for the first day of the 2019-2020 school year. We were able to witness the excitement and the nervousness in the faces of our new parents and students. I am proud to say that I am part of the team. I am proud to say that our team of staff was there to support families and students by making them feel welcome and loved. I am very lucky to be part of the Lighthouse parent body and to be part of the Lighthouse team. And I am also happy to see some of our parents here today. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jenna Stauffer. I'm CEO of Lighthouse Community Public Schools. Welcome back. This is my 25th year in public education and my 20th year in Oakland public education. Founded Lighthouse. We worked on the plan for 2 years. Started with 92 kids in 2002 in a small storefront, and this year we serve 1,400 students in East Oakland at Lighthouse and at Lodestar. In addition to the 1,400 students, I'm here tonight with some of my fellow colleagues and CEOs of other charter management organizations to elevate the voices of families for quality and for choice. These meetings are often places where charter school parents' voices are left out or maybe even worse, vilified, and we are here tonight to stand with parents for quality and choice. Parents choose Lighthouse for many, many reasons, but they have that choice and they exercise it. This year, we're proud of our design pathway at our high school. We are proud of our dedication and success to teacher pipelines with our partnership with Alder. We are proud of the fact that 95% of our students were either accepted to four-year colleges or have a clear plan for where they're headed afterwards. And we are very proud of the fact that our students are graduating from college at 4 times the national rate for African American and Black students, or African American and Latino students in our country. In addition to that, and testimony, something that warms my heart more than anything is that our alumni are now sending their young children to our schools, which is testimony to what we are providing. So I'm here tonight to offer my support, my love, and my partnership to Oakland Unified School Districts as we continue to promote quality in our district. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Hazen Thomas. I'm the CEO of Education for Change.
I used to say that I represent 3,000 students in 7 schools. I've been having some soul-searching moments over the last year, and now I say I serve 3,000 students and about 2,000 families across 7 schools. And I think it's what you all do. It's in service that we do this to communities, and particularly that are represented in this room, who increasingly in a gentrified city are losing power. That's just frank and true. And I want to be honest about my worry about that. The small schools movement started because families, black and brown families, didn't have power. And they became empowered and they got support to create a small schools movement, for better or for worse. It had some consequences, I understand that. But it was about community and parent power to have options outside of options the families did not want. Options I wouldn't choose for my own child. So I'm proud to be here, 27 years in Oakland, proud to be standing in front of you, proud to be in partnership, have tremendous respect for what you do. I know because I spend every year around election season trying to recruit people to run for your seats, and nobody ever wants to do it. So I really do appreciate that you sit in those seats. But I do want to say that I hope that you consider that you're in service also to the 16,000 families that are in charter schools that live in Oakland. The last thing I want to say is I'm proud to represent Lazier Charter Academy, which is now going into its 7th year. And I just invited you all to a groundbreaking ceremony. We will be building a brand new facility for Lazier, and I'm very excited about that. Long due. And I hope to see you all there because you were all part of making that happen. I know that was a hard vote and a hard decision, but I think you made the right vote for children, and they will benefit from a beautiful facility. So please join us.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Anthony Wilson. I am the Director of Advocacy for Kent Bay Area Public Schools. First thing, just want to say to you, I hope that you guys have heard the parents of Oakland Reach and will respond to their requests. They're a very powerful group of parents, and I'm excited to see what they're doing here in the city. Wanted to share our appreciation for our partnership for over 15 years with the school district, and really want to figure out how we can continue. This year we're serving about 600 students at Kip Bridge in our TK through 8 program, and wanted to highlight some of the things that we're excited about this year. For our current 8th graders, the number of students who scored 3 or 4 has increased 20% in ELA and 10% in math. And for our current 6th graders, the number of our students who are scoring at 1 decreased by 18% in ELA and 5% in math. And we recently won the Oakland League Basketball Championship, which we were really excited about. And our parents are more involved than ever, and our PTA and our SSC. And we know we have a long road to achieve the equity that we want to achieve in West Oakland and in our schools, but we're going to continue to strive to accomplish it. I wanted to invite you all to our West Oakland Carnival that we're having on October 27th, and I hope that you guys can join us. Again, super excited for our continued partnership with the district, and welcome back to the school year. And I know you guys have a lot on your plates, a lot of decisions to make, and we, as Hasten and Jenna said, we give you all of our love and our support, and we look forward to an incredible year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Rachel Willis Henry. I know many of you there. I proudly stand with the Oakland Reach, and I would invite you to take a look at the seats that are empty at this point. My point for that is saying that this is a school night, and we push that we want to have attendance and we want students to get adequate rest, but how can we do so on a Wednesday night if we do not follow the agenda? All the other things that happen on the agenda, I think should always be pushed aside for a 6:30 public comment. I think we should always stop at 6:30 and adhere to the 6:30 public comment, as most of the parents in this room come to speak on non-agenda items. And if we're going to get our affairs in order, starting with our schools, we need to make sure that we get it at our board meetings, where families should have the opportunity. Actually, they have a right to the opportunity to come and be able to speak and share their stories and their commitment to their students and to this school board. So I would strongly urge that you reshift your agenda to make sure that public comment is always at 6:30. Thank you.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual that's supportive of the 37,000 students go to the Oakland public schools. I would challenge the people who are supportive in the audience of charter schools. I would challenge them to say that they are for choice. I would challenge them to say where they are for choice when we have in California 7 all charter school districts. That means there's no public school in those districts. So that's unconstitutional. If you read the Constitution of California, Article 9, Section 5 says you've got to have a system of common schools. Charter schools are not common schools. They were created by the state legislature, which has to be trumped by the Constitution. So, where is the choice in an all-charter school district? Are you for choice when you have no choice? When all your schools are charter schools? Isn't it correct that some in the audience would like an all-charter school Oakland school district? That's their agenda. Not everybody. That's some of them. Let's wake up. Let's not be chumps.
Thank you.
Love life. Remember that 1999 Red Summer 100-year anniversary this year. The last meeting of the joint relationship between the OUSD and the City Council brought up Oakland Promise and a report. In that report, it identified the relationship that OUSD has with Oakland Promise. You support over $600,000 to Oakland Promise in the document. You provide full-time site-based support for students. You provide a college access director, OUSD liaison. You provide OUSD, members of your OUSD superintendent, members of the board, members of your staff, or on the advisory committee. Members of OUSD are on the governing board. OUSD has schools who are school team members. Now, the question is, how are you involved with Oakland Promise when they have no annual financial statement ever presented? They have no balance sheet, they have no income statement, they have no cash flow statements, they have no statement of functional expenses, they have no chief financial officer, they have no identification related to money of donors. That's it. That's it. You have a responsibility to hold Oakland Promise fiscally responsible, and it's not happening. How are you involved with Oakland Promise when there's no document? And they told you when you had that meeting, they couldn't provide any fiscal statements regarding to the spending of the money. It doesn't exist. And I ask you again, how are you involved with Oakland Promise when it doesn't demonstrate any fiscal responsibility?
Thank you.
Mr. Rakestraw, don't start it yet. I want to make sure everybody has a copy of 3 documents. Okay? My name is Gene Hazard. And is everybody aware of what Red Summer of 1919 is? Okay? Some of you aren't. Let me tell you what it is. That was a carnage, torture, shootings, hanging of black folks in 36 states in 1919 by white supremacists. And what we're getting now in 2019 is no coincidence coming out of the White House. Oakland Promise. It's not a 501c3. Oakland Promise has been talking about merging with East Bay College Fund. I gave you a document, and you could also go to cleanoakland.com, and also you could Google Chrome, www.oaklandpromise, and it will take you to cleanoakland.com. So you have what the corporate nonprofit structure is supposed to be. You have on this sheet here, you have the amended Articles of Incorporation with East Bay College Fund and also East Bay College Fund. And then you have another document that speaks to the process of merging with a nonprofit. Oakland Promise is a sham. Hopefully, the council is going to rescind that action that they did on December 14th, 2018, that said Measure AA, which was a parcel tax, that failed on November 6th, but the council said it passed because it didn't, they said it was supposed to be a majority vote, which was a bunch of fecal matter. And so we're hoping when they come back in September, they're going to rescind that action. Because right now it's codified in the charter under Article 16.
Thank you.
But it didn't give the whole text of it. It left out section 6, 5 through 13, which is a parcel tax provision. And if you go to cleanoakland.com or do www.oaklandpromise.com, because I have the fictitious business name. I have the domain name. All right? So I would caution you because you're going to be visiting that when it comes to the joint meeting of the school board and the council in December. And rest assured, Ms. Obala and I will be there too. And I hope you go to that website and see what you need to educate yourself on around Oakland Promise. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, if there's no other public comments for this item, we are moving on to new business. So for new business, I'd like to suggest, because Vice President London has a work commitment that she needs to leave for tonight, I'd like to suggest that we start at T4 and just go through all of the voting items. So go visit 2.4 to 2.8, and then we'll go to the superintendent work plan, and then followed by the board work plan and the calendar of topics. Some of the voting items require 4/5 vote, and so we want to be sure to take them up when we have the full body of the board if there's no objections. Good. Okay, is there a motion to adopt item T4? This is the emergency contract moved by Director Harris, second by Director Torres. Any questions on this contract? This was emergency work that occurred during the time that we were on recess. So it does need to come back to the board for approval.
See if there's any public comment.
Is there any public comment on this item, T-4?
We have one speaker, Asada Olabala.
We're on T4. We skipped ahead because we are visiting the voting items first.
Love Life, remember the red summer of 1919. The city of Oakland is in the process of developing I don't know if it's a memorandum of understanding, but an agreement that will look at construction contracts that they give out, because there is a unfair practice of black contractors not being involved in the contracting system, and there's also an underrepresentation of African Americans on the workforce of construction sites. So I don't know if you see this as an issue that you need to take up in the future around who is being employed. I don't know if you have the same policy that the city of Oakland has, that construction jobs must have at least 50% of the workers be Oakland residents. I don't know if you have that. But all of this needs to be considered in the future when you're doing contractual arrangement for construction sites. African Americans have an unemployment rate of 8.9%, and one of the reasons why is we cannot get the jobs like the construction jobs. African Americans who are black contractors getting very low contracts, but they're not getting the big contracts. So I hope you will take this under consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call, please, for this item?
On the roll call to adopt item T4,
which requires a minimum of 5 votes. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee? Yes. Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted 7-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt item T5? This is construction work related to King Estates complex for fire line replacement.
Second.
Moved by Director Harrison, seconded by Director Torres. Is there any questions on this item? Is there public comment on this item?
Yes, there's one, Asala Olabala.
We're on item T5.
She's waving.
Okay.
She's waving.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you very much. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, if there's no other public comment, can we have a roll call on item T5?
Director Harris?
Yes.
Minimum 5 votes required. Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0.
Thank you. The next item is a mandatory disclosure of salary and fringe benefits. This is item T6. It's for the employment of our Chief Systems and Services Officer. Is there a motion to approve the salary and fringe benefits?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President London and seconded by Director Gonzalez.
Madam President, we need to make the statement of the particulars on this, and I just need to turn to it. T6.
Okay.
All right. Give me just 1 second. Yeah, yes, why don't you proceed? Read the salary and the benefits, please.
So this, as I mentioned before, this item is for Department Head Chief Systems and Services Officer Preston Thomas. We have to, by law, disclose his salary and fringe benefits effective July 1, 2019. There is an annual base salary of $195,000 plus fringe benefit costs of $36,056.16. This is pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, C3. Any questions or comments on this? Director Hinhodge.
This is for our HR director, so maybe she's going to come down. And originally I thought I was pulling these two, and I did not. I didn't need to. So I just had questions around this one and the other one, just around, like, I know that we're still a system of getting correct, position control and building parity inside the organization. So I didn't quite, I don't know. I guess I wanted to kind of see the distinction between this cost and, I don't know how you value this position versus the other position, which is in our general counsel department, which is a little bit less. So just was curious about that. And again, this is one of those ones where I'm like stepping over my boundaries a bit, because I'm frustrated inside the organization because I don't understand decisions being made around qualifications. When I see a job, when I think it should do X, Y, Z, I have some expectation that people have some skills around those things, and not that they're not brilliant and they can't figure it out and that type of thing. In this whole of us cutting and letting go of people and letting go of talent, again, it's not my purview, so I'm just I feel like I'm not going to vote for it because I just want to step out because I really don't understand. I don't see that we're matching talent properly, and then this makes me question, do we even pay talent appropriately? So I don't know if you can really answer it or not, but maybe it's an overall, and maybe to the board or the policies that we want to look at around parity.
Yes, so our positions, last year we brought forward a salary schedule for cabinet. And at that time, we looked at, how to get to that parity amongst chiefs, deputy chiefs, other positions, general counsel. So that was approved last year, and that's where we looked towards that parity. What you're seeing, so now each of these positions, if you look at this one that we're talking about, and then the general counsel, are on a salary schedule. So there's 3 steps to those schedules, and then based on someone's experience and based on what the job description states, we do an analysis to see if they land on step 1, 2, or 3. And so,
thanks.
well, I feel like that didn't answer your question, so ask me.
I mean, I don't know. I think, it's probably a little bit of the system itself. It's just kind of, how we qualify. Go ahead. I don't know if you finished.
Well, each of these, it used to be that we did not have job descriptions for everything when it was a contracted position. Each of these positions do have job descriptions, and in the description has the qualifications we look for. And we look at that when we look at placing someone on a salary schedule, including their years of experience. We can't ask for salary anymore. The law changed last year, so we can't say, what was your last salary? Okay. It has to be about experience unless the person offers that.
And it's experience in that particular role, or it's the experience in the organization? Because, I mean, this is in this sector, you can go get a master's in weaving, right, and make more money on the salary scale than someone who doesn't have a master's, right? So right. I mean, I understand experience in that particular position.
It depends on how the job description is written and what you're looking for. So in the minimum qualifications, it's.
So are there any?
Can we, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Gonzalez also wanted to ask a question.
No, not until I finish my question. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm going to go over a little bit because I want to finish my questions. So my other question around parity a little bit, and again, it can't really be answered here, but I am concerned about so leveling out who's director, who's managers, and then also just what, in our system, what is the kind of racial breakdown of what's happening kind of at middle management, gender-wise, so those, again, back for me, those are kind of, again, those parity questions around racially, are we on par? Are we doing equitable work in that particular kind of way? And just what are those particular measures? So again, it might be something that I come back to with talking to some of my colleagues about, is it more of a policy conversation or a discussion to look at that within the organization? Sure. So thanks. And I'm just feeling more and more uncomfortable with understanding, again, the roles inside the org right now. So I won't be voting for it.
Director Gonzalez.
Well, I actually think it's pretty inappropriate for the board to be weighing in on whether we think people are qualified in public. That's a conversation each of us can privately have with the superintendent. But since Director Hinton Hodge has decided to have this conversation publicly, I would just say that I think this is one of the best decisions I've seen our superintendent make since being appointed, because I think there's been a real historical divide between the instructional side of our house and the operations side of our house. Disrespect, people don't talk to each other, people don't listen to each other, and I've already been pleased to see more conversations happening that I think is going to really benefit our district over the years to come.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Thank you, Ms. Hart.
I want to clarify, that's my whole point. I don't want to be in a position to value whether or not this is the right thing or not. It was more curious as to why one position, and my assumption and value was, does an attorney make more money? So those are things I'm just saying, I don't understand the distinction, so it was more of a comparison. It has nothing to do with Preston Thomas, nothing at all.
Is there public comment on this item? Thanks for that clarification, Director Hinton Hodge. Ms. Floyd, is there public comment on this item?
We have one, Asala Olabala.
She's waiving her speaking opportunity for this item. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
I don't want to get into the merits of the discussion by the previous board members, but the reason this is on the agenda and the way it is that under the statute cited, we're required when a department head, and both of the gentlemen are department heads, is being hired, the government code requires the board to, before the action becomes final, is to put this on the agenda and disclose salary and fringe benefits. And so all this is being made pursuant to the statutory requirement. On the roll call, Director Hinton Hodge.
No.
Director Yee. Yes. Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the employment contract of Joshua Daniels, General Counsel?
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. This is actually a new hire for our new General Counsel. After several years, our previous General Counsel transitioned. We had an interim General Counsel who also transitioned at the end of last year. So the board went through a process, and this is our a selection for new General Counsel. The disclosure of salary and fringe benefits pursuant to the same government code Mr. Rakestraw just named is that this would be for a total base salary of $186,633.99. Fringe benefit costs of $35,356.20. This is also an employment agreement that differs from the previous item that we just discussed. This agreement would be from August 15th, which is tomorrow, 2019, to June 30th, 2022. Is there any questions or comments on this item? Public comment on this item?
There are none.
All right. Mr. Rakestraw, we are ready for roll call for item T7.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee. Yes. Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels will, now that he has been officially selected, we look forward to having him join us up here on the dais in future meetings, and we'll be able to welcome him at a future meeting. We're on item T8. Yes, Director Yee.
A concern, immediate concern. It says for a total base salary of $186,633. Should that be annual base salary?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, that's the annual base salary on the salary schedule.
Okay, because the way it makes it sound, it's the total base salary of the period of time from August 2019 to June 22. So I think that probably should be adjusted, do you think?
Okay.
I just double checked it against the one we just did, and that one says annual base salary.
Yeah, we can add the word annual.
Thank you.
That's the intent.
Stated for the record. Thank you, Director Yee, for noticing that. All right, we're on item T8. Is there a motion to approve item T8? This is
So
the
moved.
variable term program waiver for 9 individuals that are listed. Moved by Vice President London. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Torres. Is there any board comments or questions on this item? Is there public comment on this item?
There are none.
Okay, we're ready for a roll call, Mr. Rakestraw.
On the roll call for the adoption of the item as stated by the chair, Director Yee. Director Yee?
Vote. Vote.
T8. Director Harris. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I didn't get to make the comment noting that this is special waivers that we do along with every other school that, or districts, right, that have emergency credentials. So when we note charter schools doing it, I just want to note that we do it also.
Director Torres. Yes. Director Gonzalez.
She stepped down.
Not present. Okay. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion is adopted. Thank
you. We are now at item T9. Is there a motion to approve item T9? Provisional internship permit. Moved by Director Yee. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Harris. Any questions or comments on this item?
Again, this is my same piece to always want to note that, I mean, I used to typically just say yes, and of course we all say yes because we need this, but to note that these are provisionals for SDC moderate Skyline, so that's, I guess, our special needs students. They're at McClymonds High School, and then also at Martin Luther King Jr. High School, and so I know what I can speak to in terms of McClymonds and also MLK, that these are schools where typically, you know, the students can be in low performing kind of rankings, or we have teachers that are not like highly experienced, great teachers, but not highly experienced. And so again, noting when we kind of pit systems against systems, we're pretty much the same. And I think we got to improve across the board. So I just want to keep raising the fact that like we all have got to improve and make sure that at least for, I feel like students at McClymonds and MLK really deserve better.
Thank you, Director Hinton-Hodge. Is there any public comment on this item?
There's none.
All right, Mr. Rakestraw, we're ready for a roll call.
On the roll call to adopt this item, it was T9. Director Gonzalez. Not present? Okay. Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Yee? Yes. Director Hinton-Hodge?
Yes.
And Director Harris? Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We have 3 more items. Thank you. Those were all the, aside from the superintendent work plan, which we are taking up now, those were all the voting items. So we're going to go back to T1, 2, and 3. These are the superintendent work plan, which is up for vote tonight. And then T2 and 3, 2 is the board work plan. It's a first read. And T3 is the agenda item topics from August through December 2019, which are heavily based off of the superintendent and the board work plan. So we're on item T1, the 1920 school year work plan superintendent of schools. Is there a motion to adopt item T1, 19-1636? Is there a motion to adopt item T1?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President
Second.
London. Seconded by Director Hinton-Hodge. Superintendent Johnson Trammell, was there anything you wanted to highlight in terms of the work plan before we ask for board comments or questions?
Let's just get into board comments and questions.
Okay, great. We are missing a couple of them right now, but board members, do you have questions or comments? This has been presented to us before. Questions or comments about the key bodies of work that Superintendent Johnson Trammell is proposing to take up today, or not today, this year. Vice President London.
This is a really ambitious work plan. There's a lot of deliverables, and I want to check in with you about, do you feel like it's doable?
Well, the challenges that we have right now are ambitious challenges. So I think the work plan kind of matches what's on our plate. It would be lovely to say all we had to do was just focus on the finances, but then that would be ignoring a lot of what we heard from the REACH parents as an example tonight. It would be lovely to say all we have to do is focus on employee retention and improving the health of the organization. But we have to do all three in a slice of all three. Okay. So the work plan is really designed to be multi-year work and really beginning to just kind of clarify the pieces that we're trying to accomplish for this year.
Great, thank you.
Director Harris.
Yes, I'm a workaholic, so I love it that you got 16 deliverables, and not ambitious enough, but the bodies of work I think are right on. My comments are really in the metrics and deliverables, so kind of for each one, I'd like to, we didn't have this opportunity at the retreat to go through, and I think the goal for me is to really tighten up the metrics and figure out what they mean. And how we'll actually get an actual measure at the end, and so how we're going to track progress. So if you're ready, I just have some questions for each, and maybe we can note them and go down. I don't know the best way to approach it. This seems to be a better exercise for retreat, but here we are. So like 1A, under metrics and deliverables, my question is, what do these metrics mean and how will they be measured, like the lot of them? And it says, see page 5 for the instructional focus. But, you know, how will we know suspension rates have gone down, distance from standard? Is this across the board? So will we see a snapshot of where folks are now and where they end, and then how that will be assessed? Underneath that, we'll measure a decrease by what percentage? And I'm going through these, so please stop me if this does not make sense. Page 3, middle box, increased fluency, significant growth, where, schools to watch, and leading indicators. If we could be clear about what those things are. Turning to everything I'm not commenting on, it makes clear sense to me in terms of measurables. Top of page 5, this is the category under special education. Provide and publicize the percentage of students attending their neighborhood schools, increase this rate by 20%. Tough goal, but where and how? Measurable and when, kind of on what time schedule? Under budget development, unfunded items, new budget development prioritization process. Is there a strategy behind this? And is there a date certain for this effort? Were my questions there? That's on page 5, middle box. Page 6 at the top, involve the PSAC through monthly meetings. How is this going to happen and what does it mean? So basically, are we looking for 3 meetings with the PSAC over the course of the year, and then we want to check a box to say we did that? And then what's the impact of those meetings is what I don't want you to do is take on this body of work and we really have no way of understanding how you've achieved your goals if you feel good about the level of progress. So then on page 7, under budget management and workflow, eliminate large vacancies across budget reports. I was unclear as to what that meant. 100% of the box below that, 100% of school site teams are trained on basic fiscal HR. Are there updates scheduled for that effort? So will the board get an update, at the midpoint of the year, quarterly? So how should we expect to see that? In the box below, updated information and escape. I didn't understand what that was. Regular reviews of escape. And then, so basically the same question as above, how will the board get that update? Is there going to be a progress report on that? That looks good. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm being a dude who just goes through the work plan and makes comments. So then 2D, revenue generation, increased enrollment at targeted grade levels. By how much? So again, I think we can all hold ourselves to a better account if we know. So if it's we're going to increase by 100, and where did we start and where are we finished, and then how do we understand the steps we took to improve the attendance. 3A, central office and continuing improvement. Increase clarity of the services and work of the central office for central and school site staff and for student and families. I didn't understand the measurable, how you're going to quantify that. So some meat around how it will be measured, I think, will be helpful in the end. And then in the end, I may have an old copy on the last box on the same page. How will you obtain this data? Is it going to be by survey? And how will that be shared with the board? Is that something that would be shared at the mid-year or at the end of the year? And then just flipping the page to same category 3A, create a comprehensive employee wellness plan. We talked about this a lot at the retreat, I believe in June. But what are some of the focal points of it, and then how are you going to measure that? And then increase recruitment and retention of teachers of color. by what percentage? So I think this is a category that we always talk about, but we never are able to actually lift up. We actually have 20 more teachers of color than we did last year, and we're on pace to hit that goal. So I think, it's good work that we're doing, but community, I think, would be helped by knowing exactly what those numbers are. 4B, enrollment, clarifying that, provide 3 recommendations to the existing board policy, and maybe through those recommendations, you will clarify. Okay, I'm almost done, Superintendent, I'm sorry. Then the defined autonomies work, the measurables, how will we measure success in this area? I think this is one that has been elusive, and this is kind of that deep and complicated work. So how are we going to measure? Are you going to choose a particular school? And how will they be engaged and measured, and how will the board be updated? And then, okay, that's like, I was going to say this is it, but it's not. You say then below that, convene a cross-departmental working group to update the quality school standards by October 19. Is that including charter schools or just district-run programs? I'm not saying one way or the other. I just think it would be good to identify the effort up front, and in alignment with the defined autonomies working group, update the quality school standards by February 2020. More of a question, is that by board vote? And then finally, partner with it. You have on 4D, charter authorization and partnerships, partner with at least ex-charter schools to bring forward diversity material revisions for lottery. So like which schools, who are the partners that we're going to work with, I think would be helpful to identify. Or if it's a part of the work to simply identify the partners, then we should just name that. So I just think we could all benefit just from some deeper clarity around those. That way, when you're evaluating your own progress, you kind of know exactly what qualitative measures you're looking at. So that was just a little bit of the feedback. That's what I was kind of hoping we could go over at the retreat was with that. And I have this if you would like it as well. Okay.
Thank you. Just procedurally, because it is scheduled for adoption, but I think it would be difficult to edit all that on right now, obviously. So we could either delay the vote and approve all of them together at the next meeting, if that's okay with the superintendent, or I'm not sure what the other if there's a majority of the board that still wants to go forward, but we would be approving this without the fine tuning. So, do you have a recommendation in terms of what your ask is?
I mean, in the space of the work plan, it's still early, so we don't need to rush to do it now. If the superintendent's comfortable with some of those, all of those, maybe take an opportunity to reflect on the long list I just named. And so I would have no issue waiting until next time, assuming the superintendent and the team was okay with kind of where I was going with some of those suggestions, and then we make those and we adopt, and then we can kind of go from there.
Okay, did you have any quick feedback? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Cool.
Got it. Director Yee, did you have any thoughts or questions?
Well, I think it's pretty consistent with Director Harris, except I think the work plan outlines the work the superintendent intends to do with her team. And so that's a whole year's worth of work. I think for the purposes of her evaluation, we should as a board come to some agreements to a few of those metrics that we would put into her evaluation, say 6, and those would be the 6 that we actually incorporate into evaluation. Otherwise, if we each had a list like Director Harris, we'd have like 100 metrics, and then how would we decide if she passed 40?
Right. Was
that good enough? Does it have to be 50? So personally, I think if we had that discussion in a retreat or in some form, we each put out the things we wanted, we took a consensus vote on it, we picked, like I said, a half dozen with some explication. I think it's easier for us and it's easier for her. But that doesn't mean that's all the work she does, because she's laid out the work that she's established. But for the purpose of evaluation, I'd be nervous about having something that complicated. So I like the intent. First of all, I want to commend the superintendent and her staff for laying everything out. And then I agree with Director Harris's feedback about the quantitative targets and measures, and how far she's going, how close she is to meeting it from year to year. But it's just like overwhelming. I can't imagine actually looking at the evaluation, the document, and trying to make sense of it.
But, and so I would say, but then that kind of is what we're faced with, because, you know, our evaluation is typically based on the goals and the deliverables. So to the extent that, so I get having 6, but this is the work plan.
I just made up the number 6.
Right, but this is the work plan that's before us, and so we would, I don't want us to be in a position where we're judging her work not based on qualitative measures. And so if she's put these forth, I'm just saying,
I think
tighten
that's
them
a,
up,
I think
you know?
that's a, I think that's a really important addition, is that what do the benchmarks look like, and be transparent about what it is. I'm just saying, in terms of tying it to the evaluation, it's probably, you know, there's a lot of stuff.
Anyway, I've talked too much.
Director Hinhaj?
So, thank you for the work plan, and I think I agree with them. So I think my piece of just kind of where we are at, to me, in like 3 years, you're already about to hit, like, you know, beyond the average of a superintendent. I think when we hired you, you know, there was a real commitment in terms of like really supporting you around your own growth. You know, identifying that, you know, you're a green superintendent, right? And
Green?
And yeah, and I mean that she was coming up inside the organization, and that, like, yeah, but we were making this commitment that we wanted someone who was from Oakland and was from local, and so I think we honestly talked about that, right? And you walked in and said, you know, hey, we didn't know around state receivership or not. I mean, those were very real conditions that you negotiated and talked about, and I know probably prayed and decided on whether or not you would even take this step, right? Knowing what was right in front of you, right? And so that's honorable, that's of high integrity. The big thing that I felt like as a board we made a commitment to also was like what did that runway look like for you, and how would we support you? So that is my struggle in this. I don't know that we have collectively, and I felt like I've given my critique to my colleagues about the moments when I felt like you were driving around policy directions and we were asking you to do certain things, and then we kind of did something absolutely different, right? And it's, for me, it's the big, you know, the big issue around 606 and the charter relationship and the citywide plan, right? That's the thing that I feel like, I feel like there's been some mixed messaging around that, right? But you've navigated. I just say all that to say that, like, in our work plan, I do want to see it much more, you know, greatly aligned with your work plan, and a real commitment from us to say, if this is the work plan we're saying she should be doing, that, like, we're honest about really supporting that. Ideologically, politically, you know, there may be moments when we have to get out of the way, because she and her staff have got to drive and identify the work and the value of it. And I don't want to hear community members telling us how we got to make the superintendent do this, and we got to make them do that, and we got to make the staff do that. That's not the relationship. So I want that to be a better relationship walking into this new year. I want to know how to be in that relationship better. The big thing for me when I think about organizational development and growth, and, you know, uprooting this culture that's been an iterative process over years to make happen, is I don't know how to articulate. It's an audit. It's a different level of supervision for you. It's a different level of mentorship for you that I think that we need to accelerate inside the organization, right? So when I ask these questions about parity, or when I ask these questions about is the right talent in the right seat, that has nothing to do with the individuals, right? I love the individuals inside this organization. Like, I love them. However, I want to be really clear that you've got the right team around you, and if I can't, as one person, tell you who to hire, right, I want to know that we are employing someone to support you around making those decisions, and quite frankly, that you learn and grow and get challenged as a manager, right, to do better. So I'm saying that to you, and yet I'm saying that to my colleagues, that I would like for us to think about while we want to measure metrics, I think that the superintendent needs greater support, and we need to look at like our conditions that we create for her to be of great success. So that's I'm over definitely, but that's all I have to say. And it just keeps being a more feeling and a qualitative kind of conversation that I want to have, but I will concretely figure out what it is in terms of like who's the mentor, who's the supervisor, what's the training. I will try to concretize that more.
Thank you. Director Torres.
So I guess in line with the comments that my fellow board members are making and the long list that you were given initially about giving accountability metrics, measures, I agree. And I think that President Ng not voting to get a little bit more clarity makes sense. One of the issues that kind of just pops out for me is this idea that 1A and 1B are extremely important and almost make it to where the rest falls in place based on getting 1A and 1B very clear. And with regard to understanding growth in graduation rates and A through G, chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, all of those things, because by focusing on the students that are having maybe the worst outcomes, that are furthest from success, it feels like you'll know what you need financially, which then develops your budget, right? So I feel like by focusing on 1A and 1B, the others fall in place. I'm also feeling that after last year, the work with the county, the newly hired interim CFO that we heard from tonight, there was a lot of focus on that, right? So you were swayed into that arena, but I feel like this year, potentially 1A and 1B, because we keep pushing special education to the back. We keep pushing special education to the back, and that is such a huge juggernaut of the cost, which isn't really fair to the families around their child getting the high quality special education that they want, and to be more mainstreamed and inclusion when possible. And so every time I've gone to any of the the meetings around special education, the constant has been, we don't want to be an afterthought. We don't want special education students at schools that we attend to feel like an afterthought. We don't want professional development to never include special education, except for special education teachers. How will regular teachers with a student who hasn't been identified even know to identify? So I feel like 1A and 1B for me, this much clarity will lead to the budget issues being clear, because this is huge work plan. So it feels daunting and it feels almost oppressive, right? I mean, getting it more pared down as far as 30,000 view of what you will see in a year will have been the measure of your growth, because it was a rough year, and we were like out in the ocean without oars in that boat. And so I just wanted to be able to say that I do think 1A and 1B drives the rest. I think that's a given.
Thank you. Director Gonzalez.
Thanks for this very detailed plan. I mostly have questions about what I don't see on here, and not because I want to add things to it, but just because I think there's some things that I see as pressing and I don't see them on here. So one is we've got some pretty negative audit findings in the facilities program, and then just, you know, the kind of repeat things which we started to talk about tonight with the ASB funds. But I just, we're seeing the same audit findings year after year after year, and I just haven't, I know we've had instability on the finance team, but I really haven't seen us have a robust plan of how we're going to start to address, especially the repeat findings. Like a one-time finding happened one time, but we have seen some of the same issues come up over and over again. So I would really like us to present a plan to the board about how we're going to address those repeat audit findings. Another thing that I'm hoping we will do is we're going to be completing some very major projects this year, facilities projects. And I would like to see some sort of plan to share that information with the public and invite the public in to see those projects, because they need to see that we are making progress on our projects. I would like us to adopt a board policy on competitive bidding. And this needs to be on our work plan, but it also needs to be on your work plan, because you guys will have to write the admin regs about how it's going to be implemented. I know we have our communications team focused on a middle school enrollment program. I do believe that we need to spend more of their time on marketing schools. I feel like most of what I see the communications team doing is basically marketing what central staff are doing, which is okay to spend some time on that. But I really think with the size of investment we've made in our communications team, I would like to see them more focused on highlighting the work of our schools. And then Director Yee and I have talked about bringing forward to the board a continuous improvement policy. When we closed Roots last year, I was so struck by teachers saying repeatedly, multiple teachers, we didn't know how poorly the school was doing. And whether that's true or not, I think we need to be making sure that there is regular conversation happening at schools in public so that parents and staff really understand how the school's doing, what the school's goals are. I think, principals write this SPSA, we adopt it, and that's like the end of the conversation in a lot of schools, unless you have a really skilled principal. And so we need to stop that. We need to make sure that schools are actually having real conversations with families about how schools are doing. And so we want to bring that forward this year, but again, we'll need admin regs written by staff about how to implement that. I want to second what I heard tonight about vacation accruals. I don't believe we have a policy, at least that's what Director Marcus Battle told me when he was here. We do not actually have a policy on vacation accruals. We really need one. And then the last thing I want to add on special education is that stabilizing leadership in the department. We can't continue to have one special ed director every year because we're not going to make progress with new leadership every year. And then exits from SPED. I think it's really cool that we're going to be making some more investment in special education preschool. And I want us to be focusing on, is that helping us to divert students out of special education who would have been in SPED in kindergarten or first grade, but if we can diagnose and treat earlier, maybe we can divert students out. And so I think that would be a really important metric for us to add to the 1B goals.
All right. Did you have any comments overall that you want to share in terms of some of what you heard?
I would just say, one, getting the feedback in writing. That would be very helpful. And two, around this continuous improvement policy, I'm wondering if there's ways of doing some revision to our quality school development policy versus creating another policy. Yeah. Okay. And the rest I just need to actually sit down and read to figure out, but thank you.
Great, yes, so please send your comments to Superintendent Johnson-Schmel in writing. Looks like there'll be some minor updates or fine-tuning potentially for the next read and adoption at the next meeting. And I guess the one thing I would say is that it is a really ambitious plan, and so I think adding more at this point is, I think we need to be realistic about how much we can accomplish each year. And I think Superintendent Johnson-Schmel did say that, this is a multi-year process, and we have to make, I think, the comments that Director Harris said about how do we know we're making measurable progress each year as we're going forward in this direction, I think is really important, so that we can hold each other accountable and we can be just clear, on the onset. But I do think just in working with the superintendent and then also helping to develop our board work plan, it's just, we know how quickly the school year goes, and so there is, I think there is a limit in terms of capacity of our own ability to be able to tackle so many big rocks at one time. And so the more that we can focus, as we talked about in our retreats, building coherence in our work, and really focus on a few key priorities, I think the better we will be. But I will save some of those comments also for the board work plan. All right, so with that, Vice President London is actually the one who moved the item, and she's not here. So procedurally, if we wanted to postpone and the mover is not here, is there anything that needs to, what do we need to do? We can vote to postpone it without her.
President Eng, I would move to postpone the adoption of the superintendent work plan until our next board meeting.
Okay.
So that would be the 28th?
28th. Moved by Director Gonzalez. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Harris. Do we need to do a formal roll call, just
Yes.
consensus? Okay, can we have a roll call, Mr.?
On the motion to postpone the pending item, Director Hinton Hodge. Yes. Director Yee. Yes. Director Torres. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President London. Gone. Okay, and President Ing.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We'll still take public comment on this item since it was listed for a adoption for tonight. So is there public comment on this item?
Actually, probably have taken it before you postponed it, but anyway.
Okay.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking in as an individual. The thing that's not in the work plan is a plan for integrating by economic class. There's nothing about that. Ha, ha, ha. It's a joke. Well, it is a joke because we're segregated so badly in this nation based upon a history of segregating people by economic class and by race. And that's the reality. You have only a marginal amount of impact, but you have no impact. You don't give a darn about addressing that issue. It's a difficult issue to address. What's going on with Kaiser is reflective of it, but you're not dealing with the overall problem. Anyhow, that's not in here. I wish it was in here. So, and then I can't find where it is, but there is a part in there that deals with the 7-Eleven. And the board does it too, and it's the same issue. You're supposed to be overlooking what went on. And I told you what went on, and the state law says, 1790, the school district of Isaac County shall do all of the following. A, review the projected school enrollment and other data as provided by the district to determine the amount of surplus space and real property. Who defines surplus state? It's supposed to be the 7-Eleven committee. But what I witnessed was, here are the 5 properties that we're interested in surplusing. And then it says in the superintendent's plan, there's going to be a second 5 decided surplus property. You are cutting off the 7-Eleven committee at the knees. You're going totally against what the state law says, and I guess, unless the plan changed, you don't care, Superintendent.
Love life. Remember 1919, the Red Summer. This is the 100th anniversary. I failed to see anything having to do with gifted students. And you always address that you're going to deal with all students. And we never come to an understanding of how we're going to serve gifted students. And they are a part. They are a part of the student population in OUSD. I would like to see every child reading at grade level and graduating at a level of proficiency at 12th grade level in all subject matters as a goal for our superintendent and anybody else that wants to get on board with it. I'd like to see an effort of reducing classroom size. It has to happen. We are a segregated school system. If you look at the breakdown of every school, it's usually a majority of one race or another, and we need to work on truly creating diverse schools and diverse staff. We need to work on data. I see that you're going to be providing data, submitting that data What drives me crazy is this term, people of color. It used to be colored people. Now you done reversed it to people of color. When you're looking at data, and you're looking at race, and then you look at ethnicity, and you provide data that has an ethnic group that can be any race, you skew the data. And Latinos can be any race. I want to see data. I don't want to hear this term black and brown people. I want to see the numbers. Because like I tell you, I'm here to look at what's happening with black people. So when you say people of color, underrepresented groups, marginal groups, and you don't give the data related to that specific group, I have a problem with it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent, President of the Board, members of the Board of Education. My name is Kimmy Keene. This is my 20th year in Oakland Public Education. I'm really excited to be the project lead for a new coalition of our 5 largest CMOs in East Oakland. Together we serve 9,000 of Oakland's 15,000 charter school students. And I just had a couple thoughts just regarding the superintendent's work plan this evening. One, I just salute how ambitious and important the work is that you're attempting to take on. And I just want to offer that this is going at the very tail end of the meeting just seems like a disservice. This is the important work that your constituents and families who were here earlier care about. And this is what's going to rebrand and build our community's confidence and support of the work that you all are doing. So I'd love to see it up front in the future. I know we have lots of tactical things to take on, but it's so important that the community understand the priorities of the district. And just having been a former superintendent and recovering superintendent myself, I know the draw to be really ambitious, and when we try to prioritize everything, sometimes we prioritize nothing at all. And so as you think about the work plan, I just respectfully offer, how do we lift up a couple priorities that really are big rocks, to your point, President Ng, that we really keep coming back to. And then finally, just encouragement for you as leaders of our Board of Education to really think about the coherence and alignment of your work plan and how you really show up in service of our superintendent. That is just, we know, critical to high-performing organizations, and that's the road we want to be on and stay on as a unified school district. And so the superintendent work plan, how that works in conjunction with the board work plan and how we stay focused together just feels like mission critical and a great opportunity for Oakland students this year. Thank you.
Good evening. Hasten Thomas, Education for Change, and longtime educator in Oakland. I just appreciate the transparency of the work plan. I think it's actually a pretty rare superintendent who puts out every single thing that you're working on, and I appreciate that the City of Oakland has a sense of what you're focusing on. I would echo Ms. Keene's thoughts that it is clearly a work plan, and I understand as a CEO of an organization that you can't say, I'm not thinking about facilities this year, or I'm not prioritizing operations this year, or I'm not considering enrollment this year. And that said, ultimately, any one of these things to lift and do really, really well is a lift, right? So if you really want to reduce chronic absenteeism or decrease suspension rates or truly diversify your staff, those things are huge rocks to lift and huge metrics to accelerate, most of which take resource and commitment. Now, resource can be time, it can be staff, it can be financial funding, but it is resource. And I think the piece that's missing on this plan for me would be what's the resource that delivers the metric. So if you are truly going to increase graduation rates, what is the resource that resources what strategy to facilitate increased graduation rates? Because this is all the things you should be thinking about and not clear as a citizen exactly how you're going to resource the investments that will then facilitate the gains. And in that there's so much in this plan, I do worry, like Ms. Keene, that it won't happen, frankly. Not because people aren't working hard, but because they're working hard on so many things, and this is a very resource-strained system. I know how hard you work. I know how hard your staff works. The outcomes aren't where they are because people don't work hard. It's just that we do too much. So I think as a board, I would recommend you pick the couple of things that you think are the most critical for our mission and vision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. Kim Davis, parent. And I actually agree with quite a bit of that. I feel like this is a super detailed, it's a lot of things, and I appreciate the desire to do everything. I also feel like, you know, the superintendent is in this position without adequate resources to do it because, you know, frankly, this board has been like kids in a candy shop. You got new money and you were buying all kinds of things without thinking about what, you know, how that was going to impact students directly. We have a tendency to want to do like big initiatives and big, you know, kind of big ideas. But what our children need, I think, first of all, are the basics and the, you know, and the things that we know start at those people that are directly around the students. And so, you know, I just think it's too much, and I think it, you know, if you develop a plan that you are, you know, that's too ambitious, and then you don't accomplish anything, that's more harmful than if you narrow your focus to the things. And I agree with Director Torres that 1A and 1B are a good place to start because that's where the students are, and you know, then that way you can truly start to make progress and then start to bring the other pieces in. You're in a difficult position resource-wise as well. And I think that the lack of connection that Ms. Thomas talked about between resourcing what you're going to do, that, you know, I don't know if you've thought of that or if that's, you know, just not something that's been shared, but that's also a concern, that there will not be adequate resources to do all of this work. And so again, focusing the resources where they can do the most good, at least in the shorter term.
Thank you. All right, so this item will come back to us at the next meeting for the 28th. So we are on item T2, which is the board work plan. This is a first reading only. The board work, just a high level overview of the board work plan. We did try very hard to align much closer. We were in the past aligning over the three overarching goals, but we have attempted to align even further around some of the sub-goal areas to try to find opportunities for there to be some board accountability and oversight. It's not exactly a one-to-one, but it's pretty close. The one area that it does differ is where the superintendent has a sub-goal around central office continuous improvement under organizational wellness. That is an area where we've looked at an opportunity to really strengthen our governance, and especially coming off of a couple critical grand jury reports, hoping that during the grand jury discussion at the next meeting, there's additional conversations around opportunities to either both on the governance training side, but also in terms of meeting format and structure, looking to revisit some of that, updating the governance handbook, et cetera, especially in preparation for both the board leadership, pending board leadership transition and possible board member transitions in coming years as well. So there are 4 overall areas similar, exactly like the superintendent work plan, and then the sub goals underneath it. A couple things I did want to point out under 1A and 1B. In a conversation I've had with superintendent, I know that in the past, because of just a lot, some of the challenges and transitions the last couple years, that we've gotten complaints from some of our committee oversight, citizen oversight committees around staffing and support. And I know Superintendent Johnson Schmel has made a commitment around making sure that we're staffing those committees appropriately. And I think one idea I wanted to throw out to the board was in a similar way, particularly for 1A, which is the student achievement category, and 1B, the special education category, but really for we have liaisons for most of our oversight committees, is that we make a commitment to making sure we're in regular contact with those committees if we haven't done so already. I know the facilities and the Community Bond Oversight just had a joint meeting. Audit and Fiscal have had joint meetings as well, but for some of the other committees is that the liaisons are regularly checking in. And so I know that we do have, I think 3 liaisons right now to the CAC, but they've asked for more regular attendance from board members. And I know that on the PSAC side as well, we don't currently have a liaison to the PSAC, but I think they would be interested in having a closer touch point to the board, if that's something of interest to the board. But the idea there is that we would be using the bodies that we already have to be able to just increase engagement and make sure that we are continuing to provide support and open communication. Let's see here. On some of the other areas, you'll see that we've also included board policies that align with the goals underneath it above the sub-goals, as well as related committees, because I did want to highlight that we do have a number of other bodies in addition to the board that are tackling each of these areas as well, whether it be board committees, superintendent committees, or citizen oversight committees. Let's see here. So I will leave it at that for now. Let's get some comments, and then if I can help respond to questions as they come up. Oh, the other thing I wanted to just say is that I know this is not comprehensive of all the policies we are going to tackle. I know we also have a board process around introducing new policies, et cetera. But one thing I did just want to remind us and caution us on is that is the conversation we had with Panasonic Foundation a couple years ago around really for us to do it has to do with the conversation we just had around priorities and coherence, but that for a district our size, that 3 to 4 policies to really focus on per year is probably the max of what we can reasonably accomplish to do a strong job. Of course, we cannot limit that. It's up to the board members around what what policies to put forward. But I think that we could benefit from really having a conversation, if not now, in the coming weeks or month, around which priorities we really want to focus in and hone in on and tackle together this year. I know that there's already some big lifts, such as enrollment and some other big lifts that are on the agenda. And I think as we'll go to the next item, you'll see that our agenda meetings, because I think we're also trying to take the critique around the grand jury report about how do we be more efficient in our meetings and really focus on strategy. And in that, you'll start to see that our board calendars are already pretty full. And so the more that we add on our bodies of work, it just kind of adds to our workload and thinking about what can we reasonably accomplish in 1 year. And so anyways, I'm rambling on a bit, but let's go over any questions that you guys have around some of the areas and suggested work. Yeah, Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. So this is something that I think we should think about as we look at both of these work plans. We have a lot of work to do to rebuild trust with the community. We are hopefully going forward to the community next year to ask for more money for facilities. And we have a lot of work to do. Both, I think we need to think about how can we best use the superintendent's work plan. I think the piece I just shared about addressing the audit findings and the bond on Measure J is an important step. I think there's some other steps we need to take. And then at the board level, I think with both of these work plans, we need to think about how can we use our work over the next year to try and bring more transparency and rebuild trust with community. I've already said one way I think we could do that, but I hope that we can all think about what could we do over the coming year to build people's faith in our work, in our honesty, in our stewardship of resources, I think is the key thing. And then this is just for you, President Ng, and Vice President Linden's not here, but I think what happened last year with all the chaos is that we completely just lost sight of our work plan, our board's work plan. And so I'm hoping this year that we can revisit it at least once a month in public, and just look at, like, how are we doing? This is what we said we're going to do this year. How are we doing? And then just sort of framing up for us, okay, this is at the next meeting we're taking up this, which was item whatever on the work plan, and just helping us be more focused on the work plan. Just in terms of board policies, one of the things that I know that the CBOC is interested in is an increased oversight role, and I support that, and I know that there are other members of the board who have been approached about changing the role of the CBOC so that they are making recommendations to us proactively prior to facilities funds being spent going forward. So I know they're working on that. I think we can expect to see it sometime in the next few months. I support it, and I hope that we can all support it and add it to our work plan. A couple years ago, I introduced a charter oversight policy. We agreed that we would bring our new charter director on and let her get onboarded. I'm going to be bringing that back this year. And then just to reiterate, a joint work between the staff and the board is a policy on competitive bidding and the revisions to the quality school development policy. So those are some of the things that I'm hoping we can add to the board work plan.
Thank you. On the comment on the work plan, I think the president's report could be an opportunity to be able to visit the work plan on a regular basis, at least once a month. Just in terms of, just so you know how this was formulated, since we unfortunately didn't go over in as much detail as we usually do because of the new retreat style, but basically this was emerging of what was unfinished. We actually did do some of the work. I mean, we obviously didn't accomplish everything, but we did do, some of the work plan, met some of the metrics and deliverables from last year. The unfinished business from last year made it onto the work plan this year and merged with kind of the policy elements of what aligned with the superintendent work plan. So it is building off of last year's, it's just a little newer format. But I appreciate the comment around making sure we're revisiting it on a more regular basis. Director Hinhodge?
Great, thank you. And thanks for the work, Director Ng, President Ng, for putting it together. So I think for me, it is the work plan and kind of having the face of this is the work that we're doing, and yet just what is our own self-discipline and monitoring that we'll be responsible for doing, and where are the places where this potentially could interrupt the superintendent's work plan. So I guess the frequent checking in is great, and also just the minimizing, the narrowing and focusing. Like in 1A around student achievement, this is a place where I definitely want to talk about some policy solutions, just around the student achievement type goals, because we just have persistent, predictable results for certain students within the system. And I just feel like I would like to get a little bit clearer. So if that's a place where we can do some driving metrics around things. I did a little bit of research with a fellow this summer around the status of African American students in the district over the last 10 years. And, and it just continues to be the same kind of data points. And so I would like to be in partnership with this board to think about what are some strategic ways that we could pilot or do some things that are different, or build off of the work that we've been doing. The bonding pieces I think is a really good thing. I feel like we got off to not a great start in terms of even building trust amongst us, where people just kind of, some members started meeting and not really being fully inclusive of our community to participate. So I think to build trust with some folks, we're going to have to, we should identify what that really means and what that looks like when we say that. Governance, no. Staff evaluation, I think we did get off calendar a little bit around those types of things. So we have a new a new general counsel as well. So thinking about this is going to be an important place for us to be disciplined around. cohort change work. Appreciate that. I feel like we missed a lot of opportunities here around supporting staff and training. I'm often concerned about the Office of Innovation and whether or not it has the adequate amount of supports around it. So kind of again back to, are we going to support putting the right resources behind things so that the superintendent and staff can be successful? Enrollment, autonomies, framework. Yeah, I kind of had a problem with the autonomies framework, so I'd like to see that more fleshed out because I didn't feel like it was representative. Sorry, if I could just get like one more minute. I'm concerned about 7-Eleven committee, so again, back to us as a board, whether or not we're going to be swayed by special interest groups and one or two community members, but that we really understand what the purpose of this particular work is, because it is something that moves us towards fiscal solvency. I understand what to do. And 4E, just like Director Gonzalez, I also submitted a very clear policy and recommendations, a resolution around how we see ourselves as authorizers and our ability to do that work in a much better way. It's probably over a year that legislation that I presented was ignored and not ever brought forward to be in a real conversation. And so I think with all the upheaval around the charter pieces, again, it felt like for me it was an attempt to say, how can we be better authorizers if we want to hold people accountable? What do we understand about that? Can we train ourselves? How do we support 606 in a kind of way as being strong authorizers? So I would like to see, and in the same way that Director Gonzalez has legislation coming up and has had it come up, I'd like to see my legislation honored as well.
Okay. I didn't quite get when you were talking about the innovation and the defined autonomy framework. Some of that sounds more like a superintendent.
Well, we said we wanted to monitor it, so it's just a matter of like.
I guess that was just speaking to just making sure the progress was happening on the. But I'm not sure.
Because I don't think we can say progress is happening unless we're really clear about resourcing it. You know what I mean? I think that I don't think that they're going to have progress. In my mind, estimation, if we have an office that's not fully, staff embedded in,
Yeah.
She's not doing a compliance thing of 10 meetings and community understands what's going on and we're going to close the school or we're going to merge the school, right? It's much more nuanced than that, and I don't know that we resource her very well.
Okay, I'm just trying to, what would you like to see in terms of proposed language and?
So when we talk about monitor, what are we measuring? Are we going to look at how much money we've put aside around that? Or when the superintendent, for example, so this is one of those blocks inside of a central office redesign, right? So in all the pressure and community is like, we should do innovation internal to our district. So like, are we monitoring what that really takes to do the particular kind of work? Partnerships, is it money, is it staffing? I'm always back to, do we have the right talent inside the organization doing the right bodies of work? So if I were gonna monitor it, I think when we get to metrics and deliverables, I would probably wanna outline that much deeper. What you have here.
Okay. If you have suggested, I'm hearing you say, I'm just trying to pull out the board level versus
Well,
the
you said
superintendent level.
adopt cohort 2 school changes. So whatever the staff brings to us, we say yay or nay to it.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, but I think that sometimes we're uncomfortable saying yay or nay because we don't know that the work has been super effective. We don't know if it's been communicated well enough. I had suggested that we do implicit bias training, right? As said, like, I think there's a lot of issues around race, a lot of issues around class that are coming up in all this cohort work that we were doing last year. And like, that didn't happen. And I don't get to direct and tell people what to do, but to the extent of like, as a board, what is our expectation around how that work can be done in a more quality way?
Okay, no, so I think I'm understanding you, but I'm not, if you could send me specific feedback that you'd like to see, that would be helpful, just so I can make sure that I'm integrating in, and I want to both say I'm hearing you, but I don't think I'm understanding enough to be able to translate it into an update here, so let's take it offline, and maybe we can look at language. I just wanted to let you know that I'm both hearing you, but I'm not sure how to tweak the language so that it's, more aligned with what you're saying. Director Yee.
So, thank you for the first cut, but like the superintendent's work plan, I think it's a lot, and most of the metrics have to do with monitoring something. And so I have no idea what monitoring means. And the one that struck me to be the strongest is 4A, which the metric is adopt cohort 2 school changes. So do we all agree that that's going to be a board commitment that we're actually going to adopt? I mean, have that discussion already happened and I just missed it somewhere? But I'm all for supporting the superintendent in that, if that's what we're talking about. Frankly, the challenge I have and the challenge I had with the board retreat is around 3A, board governance. So we have a process where we're going around serially like this, and we all have stuff that we're interested in. Some people get it in, some people don't. But I feel uncomfortable when my colleagues might say, well, this is what I wanted to do, and it never showed up. I would rather have it, you maybe make a list of all those things, and we put up for a vote, and we all publicly say what we agree to do and what we don't. And if 4 members of the board say we're going to do this, then that's what we're going to do. But when we do this serially and you're writing these things down, it makes it uncomfortable to me because that's not a deliberative process to me. That's a brainstorming process. And so at some point I'd like us to sit down and maybe have a sheet of paper, and each of these things that I've heard my colleagues say, and I'm not going to put any, I may put a few things up there too, but I want us to actually frankly talk to each other. And if a and I said this at the retreat, if a board member feels slighted, that board member should be able to say, I feel slighted, and direct that to the board member who's slighting them so that we can actually get stuff resolved. But when it's just out there in the ether, I get really frustrated because I don't see any resolution of it. So that's my major concern. But I'm looking to this, and the other thing that I see is the facilities master plan. I would agree with that one, and the quality school development policy. And if we just did those 3 things, the cohort, quality school development, and the master plan, I think that we could all end up the school and balance the budget. I would say, I would be super happy in 9 months to say we did those 4 things and nothing else.
So
and that includes not going to all these extra meetings, not engaging people, not doing any of this rest of the stuff. These to me are the 4 major things that we have to, that I set for myself as my personal goal this year. Now, have I put them up to a vote to say how many people are with me? Maybe that's what we need to do, and maybe that's what each of us has to do, and say how many of you are with me on those 4.
Yeah. I think that's so I agree with you. Well, 2 different comments. On the governance side, I forgot to say that one thing that we had talked about with the new general counsel was potentially having a subset of us that would be updating some of the board governance and material, and then all in preparation for some transitions on the board. For example, the governance handbook really needs to be updated, but then also can look at some of the meeting formats, but then as well could help think through better processes and protocols and formats for having this kind of conversation. And last year we did an exercise, because I was actually just drafting even the policies that we've just talked about here, and to my comment before around 3 to 4 policies, really 2 to 3, and we have facilities oversight role, competitive bidding, continuous improvement, QSD, the procurement policy, charter oversight committee. We have 2 different policies, or not committee, but vacation accrual, student achievement goals, enrollment preferences. So you're
probably up to about
QSD.
a dozen.
So it's so I do think that it's I think we do need to focus and have an honest conversation around what do we need to tackle. We're not going to be able to do that right here, but I do think that, I mean, maybe we need to have another board retreat in September. I mean, we were trying to keep the meetings to one meeting a month because it's just, you know, it gets so exhausting, and folks were burned out from last year. And but we didn't get to have that type of conversation at the retreat in the beginning of the year, which we usually do, so that we can get on the same page and be able to say, like, what are our priorities, and then, just as you said, see where the consensus is, not consensus, the majority of the board is in terms of wanting to tackle each item. I mean, they're all important, but really around, you know, given the number of meetings, the time that we have, the big buckets that we have, and then the, you know, not wanting to be here every single night of the week, what are we reasonably going to be
Right. And then the
able to
last thing I would
tackle?
say is I probably should turn to the superintendent and say, of all the dozen things that you've heard, which are the three that would help move the district's agenda as you see it, your work plan forward the most powerfully? I mean, you should weigh in on our, in my opinion, we're gonna weigh in on yours, you ought to weigh in on ours. What could we do as a board to improve our own performance so that we are, at the end of the year, we end up at the same place as you do? I mean, you don't have to answer this now, but I mean, that's what I really wanted to ask you at the retreat, is what do you really need from us as a board? Do you need us to go, you know, do you need us to go to the PSAC meeting? Do you need us to go to the CBOC meeting? Do you need implicit bias training? Do you need us to focus on student achievement? What is it that actually makes us move? And going back to Rosie's, I love it actually. It's moving the student achievement 1A and 1B. How do we move 1A and 1B forward? What can the board itself do in this year? And then we should first of all see if we agree to it. And if we don't agree to it, then we got to tell you why. If we do agree to it, then we hold ourselves accountable.
Thank you, Director Yee. We do need to move on, though, because of the time. Director Harris,
You started.
did you want to? Oh, yeah.
Oh, and this is, sorry.
One thing I did want to say was that in terms,
Sorry.
I heard you ask about the quality school standards, that was in the superintendent report. So in 6006, we did say that it would come back to the board for approval. I think that they, originally they're thinking of as part of just updating the administrative regulation for
Oh, from the superintendent.
6005, but it does, in 6006, it does say that the matrix would be approved by the board. The standards would be approved, so it will be coming back to the board. Yeah. Director Harris.
Yes, I agree with much of what Director Yee shared. I think there's basically 5 things that we should be focused on, and I don't see them here. So like my 5, in no particular order: adopt a balanced budget, evaluate the superintendent mid-year and end of the year, self-evaluation, retreat on governance training, monitor key strategies that lead to student achievement, monitor the implementation of the community of schools policy, and set a budget context for collective bargaining. So I don't look at it, I think I'm struggling here because I don't look at the governance role like it's articulated here. So I think there's just a couple of key things that we're missing. In my opinion, this is about the community of schools work and how that is happening or not happening and how we're helping to support that effort. And it's about student achievement and what we're doing to support that. So if that's monitoring, if that's helping revise policies, I think that's much more in the space of what I was thinking.
Director Harris, can I ask a question? What did you mean when you said the context, set a context for bargaining?
Well, we are going to start bargaining next year. So what are we doing to actually seed the ground for that, right? That seems more of a visionary role. So just really taking a step back and looking at what are the key things we can do to drive the agenda that starts with student achievement. So it's not clear to me how this board is making sure that we have great policies on student achievement. How are we making sure those things are happening for kids across the city? And then how are we understanding that process? And then how are we adjusting accordingly? Like, that's our number one role. And then evaluating ourselves and evaluating the superintendent, I think, is naturally going to lead to us supporting the work of the superintendent. But evaluating ourselves means coming back to this work plan. So it does, like Director Yee was saying, mean that we have some key agreements on exactly what we're doing. Right here, I mean, there's a lot going on here. But first, if we don't have the rhythm of returning to this document, then it's just all going to mean nothing. But if we have a tight list and we are committed to a rhythm of retreat and a rhythm of talking about this body of work on a consistent basis over the next 10 months, then I think we'll fall into that. But yeah, and so it's a first read. So I mean, I would want to kind of move in the direction of adding some elements like that. Yeah, that's my time.
So are folks open to, I mean, what would you like as the process to be able to hone in and really prioritize around some of the bodies of work? I just am hesitant to, I'm skeptical that we'll be able to do it in this format, I guess is my comment. And so I'm wondering if folks are willing to do another, I don't want to call it board retreat, but like a board work planning session or something to that effect, to be able to pull that together. We are already having a couple special meetings coming up. I mean, that's just the reality. So that's sort of, I want to put it back out there to everybody else of what you're willing to do to help to because I'm hearing you. I'm happy to help shape and format, but I feel like I need more feedback from the collective around really what are our priorities and to Gary's, Director Yee's point, also making sure that, how does it align with superintendent's vision of the priorities as well? And so, Director Gonzalez.
So I think we absolutely need another retreat work session, whatever you want to call it, to build, figure out what we're going to focus on. And then I just wanted to echo Director Harris's point about doing much better preparation for bargaining than I think we've ever done. I just don't feel like we've ever spent the real time necessary as a board to really hash out our priorities prior to staff coming and saying this is what we're bargaining. So I just feel like that process is not great because then how are we supposed to feel really bought in to the bargaining goals when we haven't had a chance to really look at data, figure out what we think is going to drive change, and be able to really weigh in on the front end about what we think the priorities are, but then also your point about how are we going to resource it, how are we going to prepare for making sure that we actually have resources set aside for contracts. So that's where I'm at. I think we absolutely should have another retreat, and it should be the sooner the better, maybe in early September, like maybe the first weekend after Labor Day, I guess.
So my suggestion is that this is not going to be ready for adoption at the next meeting. Just based on this conversation, I think that we should have another conversation in more of a retreat format. We do already have a special meeting on the 4th, but we can look at another, if folks are willing to do another. I think we could probably do it in a 2-hour meeting if we're really focused.
Okay, yeah. I want to encourage us to set aside a realistic amount of time. Okay. I don't think 2 hours is going to do it.
Okay, 3 hours. I don't think it needs to be all day. And we can also do, we can outline the process to updating the superintendent and general counsel evaluation tools at that time in the board evaluation tool, which we've agreed to revisit this year. Okay, so we will identify a time in early September to be able to meet and have that discussion.
So just clarifying question, timeline, when are we anticipating having final work plans then? Because now I'm actually
superintendent work plan can go forward, I think, at the next meeting, but because I don't see that as changing that much, but I think what the conversation
But the whole
here
purpose is that we're talking about alignment and coherence, right? So the two actually should be tied in terms of timeline versus one versus the other. We're going to have some of the same issues. Because it would be helpful to hear from you all what you're seeing as what the priorities are, just so that we're working on the alignment piece too.
Do other board members have thoughts about the timeline and alignment?
So are we talking about like the second meeting in September that we're aiming towards?
Yeah, for the board to adopt. Yeah, I mean, I think us getting clear on what we think is important for your plan. So I think that's the immediate priority, so that your team can get started. So August 28th is at the meeting, doing that. So having you set there. And then, however, like Director Yee was saying, if we can support Amy, this is not about Amy just going back and, I figured it all out. How do we support you offline and coming up with a second draft? And then maybe we can have that conversation at the 28th. But it sounds like maybe there's another retreat. But I don't personally think doing something at that closing of the books meeting, maybe we could adopt something there, the board. I would say the last meeting in September. Well, my point being, I don't know that it's going to change the district fundamentally if the board adopts a work plan on August 28th. I think we get you started, and then if we can do it at the first meeting in September, fine. If not, then it can wait. But that we have something that does certainly support what we adopt for you. So I would not be opposed to adopting something as late as the 28th of September.
For the board?
For the board.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is that sounds like some board members are fine with it going in a parallel process, but on different timelines, because we're fine-tuning some of the work. If there's anything radically different, I guess it could be revisited, but it does not appear. I think it's more about prioritizing the bodies of work that the board wants to tackle. I think it's maybe it's also about format and kind of drawing out kind of the key elements that are buried in the current draft.
Sorry. The notion of quality is actually a pretty important theme I think this year. So I don't know, but I really would like the superintendent to weigh in, because you can see what we've got as our work plan. You know, what are the most powerful things that we could be doing in this year? If you had to narrow it down to three.
I mean, I would just I like the comments from the public in terms of we have to focus on all three domains, because that's what the visual is about. I mean, there's the quality program, but then there are the condition pieces to support the quality, whether you're talking about finance or you're talking about development of people. If you don't do something in all three, we're not going to get where we need to go. So then that's where I think the paring down comes. So it will be helpful to see where you all are landing in terms of what those three things are. I mean, from the superintendent work plan side, it's a matter of us kind of looking at the various goals that we have and saying where we may pare down in terms of where we're going to focus for the 19-20 year. So I worry about having a timeline that's too distant between the adoption of both, because we could seemingly go in slightly different directions that aren't aligned. And I predict that the paring down, as things were added on tonight from what was actually here, that's going to take a little more, that's going to take some time. So it does seem like towards the end of September seems relatively reasonable without, continuing to delay and delay. So you all have time to meet and provide that feedback, so that there's an opportunity to kind of see where they're both lining up. And
originally, we actually had, in addition to the grand jury report, wanted to have a longer retreat just for the board to be able to have this discussion. But in reviewing the agenda and just, understanding just given the public interest within the grand jury report, we wanted to be able to have an opportunity for a meeting just on that. So that's why this discussion did not make it on there. Okay, so sounds like we'll look for a date in September. Was your suggestion that the superintendent plan go forward or wait? Sorry, I just wanted to just make sure that I'm getting the right. When you were saying that.
Well, there's key buckets of work that we're moving, but just in terms of
alignment.
The final and just more clarity. We had this discussion.
Okay.
There was feedback. How is that reflected? I need to think about that a little longer. Is it realistic that all of that is finalized in a week? Right.
Got it. Okay.
If we're saying August, because then that would be a week from now, essentially.
Okay. Great. Okay. Also, I just want to mention, I think our new general counsel will also be interested in helping kind of think through some of this retreat planning and some of the other kind of board work plan elements as well. That's something that we have discussed already. Okay, so we have next steps on both of these. There is no vote on this tonight. Is there any public comments for the board work plan? If there is, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Love Life, please remember the 100th anniversary of the 1919 Red Summer riots. I'm going to go first to what you recommend as far as charter authorization and partnerships. And it just says one thing: recruit and appoint new board members to serve on identified chartered school boards. I think one of the crucial things that needs to be addressed as far as what you do with chartered schools is represented in what happened with Epic Chartered School, where when you renewed the charter, you found out about all of the failures related to academics and related to chronic absenteeism, related to teacher retention. Something has to happen before the charter is renewed so that you are aware of what's happening with charter schools and you can fix it, not only when the charter is renewed. The other thing is, you have in this document that you will be doing data collection. And I'm going to go back to what I said. Data collection has to be broken down so we can see groups of people and how they affect it, not people of color, not marginalized groups using those statements. LCAP, new 3-year LCAP. LCAP does not include children of African American descent who are low performing. You can't help them because of Prop 209. But what are you going to come up as a plan to help the low performing African American students in this district? What are you going to do? LCAP is not going to do it. You talked about the election and going to the voters. Measure A failed. The County of Alameda produced a Measure A, which was a kindergarten readiness. It failed. Measure AA failed. People are mad about Measure AA and the trust factor has been broken. People are talking about they're not going to vote for anything that has partial tax bond related. So what are you going to do to erase what Measure AA has done to the voters?
Thank you.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. So ideally, what I want to see in the work plan was data in terms of class. So if you provide data in terms of class, because you have it in terms of address. If you have an address, you have data in terms of class. And then you would be able to extract from that data, what's it look like? Well, we know just that there are just what? There's hill schools, which are more expensive, the population is, and there's flatland schools. So that class divide is something that you can ignore or you can deal with. You refuse to deal with it. You don't really have it. Integration is not a part of this. And integration would mean that you would lose a large of the population because people want choice. Because choice is the essence of segregation. I don't want my kids going to school with those kids. That's what it's all about. That's their choice. Oh, we'll let them have choice. But these neighborhoods were set up after World War II when the working white population got a huge influx of cheap money that wasn't available to the other working population. And that economic segregation is there. And fish doesn't see its water, and apparently this school board doesn't see the divides.
Thank you.
Kim Davis, parent. Just to, I actually think this work plan is also over zealous. I'm not quite sure the word I'm looking for. There's a lot in it, and I'm not sure that, given the experiences that we've had in how this board functions, that it's achievable. I don't know that it's, I don't know that it's so important, but it's, I do think that there is a lot here. And again, I feel like in a lot of cases, less is more. Do things well, not do things broadly. As to the facilities thing, I think it's, I mean, you clearly have already decided that you're going to go for a bond. I hope that we are honest and clear about the fact that, a good portion of whatever the bond ends up being is going to go to, I hope, to projects that were promised under Measure J and never done. And so you're essentially, asking for the same money twice. It's going to be a challenge for you guys for sure. And I don't think that, I feel like if that's really what your priority is, then everything that you do should be highly visible and designed to regain trust of the taxpaying public. The enrollment, adopt changes to enrollment preferences. I'm not sure exactly what that is, if that's just limited to the opportunity ticket information, but I also think that we need to look at some of the actions that we've taken in the past that have negatively impacted schools, like Sankofa, for instance, which has a carve-out area that where Peralta families, I guess, push for that. So I think there are actually some equity things that we can do that aren't related to school closure opportunity tickets that we should be looking at if we're really wanting to be talking about equity in the district.
Thank you. Okay, where are we now? We are on item T3, which is the last item of the evening. This goes along with both the work plans. This is not for adoption tonight. It is the calendar of topics that we're proposing for the remainder of the calendar year. As you can see, there's already a number of items, media items that are on the agenda. We tried to highlight the areas where it's new business items were relating back to the overarching goals. So you'll see that in the new business column, those are highlighted. This probably does need to go forward before September. Of course, it gives the caveat that it can change if needed, but it would be helpful for board staff and for staff to have an understanding of the dates that they're working towards. It was actually, we were initially planned for it to be for a vote, but it's under first reading. But it will likely just come back as part of consent if folks are okay with it. All right. Was there any, did board members have any overall questions or comments on it? Okay.
I would rather bring this back once we have our conversation about priorities, because then we'll probably be making some additions, so.
Okay, we can look to, I think that it would be helpful for staff to get started, because there's 4 meetings before then to get started, but we can actually, even so, there's a caveat around it shifting as needed. Usually at the annual organizational meeting, we'll adopt for the full year, but in recent years, we've been adopting just for half the year. Okay, great. Any public comments on this item?
Love Life. The Red Summer of 1919 needs to be studied and embraced. I don't see anything that indicates your meetings with your partnership with OUSD. And I would assume that those are considered meetings of the board, but a partnership meeting. So you don't include it. If you don't include it, are you planning to report on it at some point? What goes on at those meetings? Because I would assume they're considered important meetings. But right now, from what I've observed, y'all just meet and nothing comes out of it. So the partnership meetings between OUSD and the city of Oakland that happens too infrequently, what are we going to do about that? Secondly, are you going to take any time, besides looking at this agenda, is process of how the meetings happen? You had a couple of people talking about open forum, or what we call public comment, being early in the meeting at a convenience for parents and other people who don't want to stay for the whole meeting, to have it at the beginning of the meeting, like they do at at City Council. The other thing that drives me crazy is when you approve your consent items, you bundle it. You put all the items together, you don't go over anything, you discuss 1 or 2 things at your preference, and sometimes you have things that you're approving that have already been implemented. You're approving things that are already being engaged in. So besides the calendar, are you going to look at the way you do your business and improve upon it, the method of how you take care of the business?
Thank you. Right. I believe that is everything for new business. Let's see here. We are on to the adoption of the people discipline. No? Where are we? Board. Oh, isn't adoption of people discipline consent report before that? Oh, sorry. Board member reports. Anything to report on?
I have a very quick report. I just wanted to share a couple community engagement meetings that are going to be happening in my district. So we have a facilities master planning process happening this fall, and are trying to arrange for community engagement meetings in each board member's district. Mine are going to be on October 15th at Skyline in the evening, and October 29th at CCPA in the evening. That is that one at CCPA just needs to be pinned down, but that's what it's looking like. And then November 5th, we're going to be having the District 6 community engagement meeting on cohort 3 of the blueprint. So probably at East Oakland Pride, because they have parking there and parents like that. On August 23rd, I've got my office hours at 4 p.m. at the Martin Luther King Library. And tomorrow night, Frick Impact Academy and Melrose Leadership Academy are having their community engagement meetings on cohort 2, blueprint changes. That's at 5:30 for anybody who's interested. Frick, 5:30 in MLA, not Martin Luther King, 5:30 at Melrose Leadership Academy. Yeah, and then the last thing I just want to share is that applications are now open for folks interested in serving on charter school boards. And you can access those applications the same place you would access any other board or commission in the district. So I think if you just Google OUSD boards and commissions, you can find that page, and we encourage folks to apply.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. What about introduction of new legislative matter? Director Harris.
Sorry, we just got back. I know. Yeah, mine is quick. I emailed this to President Ng and Mr. Rakestraw just earlier, and I would like to introduce the following update to the Board Policy 3150, results-based budgeting. The amendment is outlined and highlighted, basically adding number 6. The superintendent shall provide the first draft of the annual district budget and LCAP, by the byproduct of the work articulated in this policy, to the Board of Education and Community of Oakland each year at the second meeting in May, at least two meetings prior, 30 days prior to the final budget adoption. So for your consideration, that's the proposed amendment. That's it.
Great, thank you. If there's no objection, we'll place that for a future meeting. Public comment.
I would like to have the board discuss a motion here at a future meeting. The Oakland, Jim Mordecai speaking. The Oakland School Board president is charged by a majority vote of the Oakland School Board to write a letter to local representatives of the California legislature, bringing attention that Education Code 47606 appears to be unconstitutional. And furthermore, the letter also points out that the state legislature is not fulfilling its constitutional duty to provide a common school in the 7 Department of Education identified all charter school districts. So as I said earlier, people were advocating for charter school choice. You don't have choice when you have an all-charter school district. And it's in conflict with the Constitution that says you have to have a common school, which is in modern, that's a 19th century term, that means public school in the district. You can't have all charter. Now, the legislature passed the law, but the Constitution is supposed to be higher than the law. And you, as school board members and the legislature, took an oath to uphold the Constitution, not the state legislature.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
not part of your oath. Okay, here's a copy.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. I was going to ask for it in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. This meeting is now adjourned.